Chapter 842. Haim Myung-ko easily dodged the raging wind shuttle with her sky dance technique. The sword brushed past her chest and hit the defensive wall, creating a few more cracks. After dodging the attack, Haim Myung-ko didn't stay idle. Taking advantage of the speed of her dodge, she stabbed her rapier at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't want to be suppressed by her, and she naturally didn't want to be suppressed by Ling Xiao either. Thus, the two of them fought back and forth, neither willing to stop. As long as they didn't defeat the other, it would be impossible for them to stop. She wanted to counterattack, and Ling Xiao naturally couldn't stay idle. The raging wind sword suddenly disappeared, and the thunder shadow sword appeared in his left hand. Thunder flash! A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed on the pitch-black battling platform. The thunder shadow sword in his left hand resonated with the purple lightning sword in his right hand, causing the power of the thunder flash to increase. In an instant, a large hole was opened in the darkness. Many of the anxious spectators in the auditorium finally got a clear view of the situation. Even though it was only for a moment, they had a general idea in their hearts. Ling Xiao and the Holy Sun were actually evenly matched. The sudden thunderclap directly sent Ji Mingkong, who was pouncing forward, flying several steps away. However, with Haim Myung-ko's strength and the defense of the natural dragon armor, this attack didn't do anything other than interrupt Haim Myung-ko's attack. Both of them were experts. In a battle between experts, it was very difficult to determine the victor because their skills and cultivation were very close. However, Ling Xiao didn't expect the thunder flash to be effective. He only wanted to suppress Haim Myung-ko and prevent Haim Myung-ko from using her moves. The moment he pushed back Haim Myung-ko, Ling Xiao rushed forward and launched a series of attacks. His powerful attacks made Haim Myung-ko spin like a gust of wind, not giving her any chance to catch her breath. At this moment, Haim Myung-ko also understood that Ling Xiao would not be affected by the loss of his vision and hearing. Therefore, she decided not to waste her heavenly essence energy. She removed the darkness on the stage and focused on blocking Ling Xiao's continuous attacks. Ling Xiao was best at swordsmanship. Whether it was close-range combat or mid-range combat, he had his own specialties. Therefore, he had no disadvantage in terms of attack range. This was something Haim Myung-ko could not compare to. The sound of metal clashing could be heard on the martial arts stage. Ling Xiao's figure was almost invisible. Only a series of flickering shadows could be seen. Haim Myung-ko was also constantly blocking the attacks. Her speed was raised to the maximum. On the spectator's stand, the martial artists with weaker eyesight could only see two afterimages entangled with each other. There was nothing else. Of course, the continuous cracks that appeared on the stage and the protective barrier made the spectators, who couldn't see the fight between the two, nervous. The battle between the two had reached its climax. It was like the moment when water boiled. The white steam that gushed out was the heavenly essence energy that the two of them were releasing. The green light and the black and gold light intertwined, and their speed increased again. In the sky, the images of the two divine dragons were also fighting. Further up, two clouds of different colors were fighting for territory. Looking at all this, the disciples of the 12 sects were all stunned. Were these still martial artists below the age of 20? Shouldn't a battle of this level be at the level of an intersect elder? There was no need to mention the Holy Sun. In their hearts, the Holy Sun was invincible and number one among the younger generation. But what was going on with Ling Xiao? They had thought that he was a dark horse, but in the end, he was a big boss. At this point, those who had said that Ling Xiao was overestimating himself by challenging Haim Myung-ko were embarrassed. Compared to Ling Xiao, they were even worse than trash. Damn it! Qin Bishue was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he had to admit that Ling Xiao was the only one who was not at a disadvantage when facing the Holy Sun, Haim Myung-ko. The difference between him and Ling Xiao was not just a little bit. One had to know that Ling Xiao had defeated him with the cultivation of a heavenly pulse martial artist. Is he still a human? Hong Li was also dumbfounded. She had originally planned to cultivate for a while after returning to the Blue Water Sacred Palace, and then come out to find trouble with Ling Xiao. However, it now seemed that she was simply too naive and ridiculous. With the time she had, Ling Xiao would only become stronger than her. Mom, that is Sister Yuling's senior brother. No wonder Sister Yuling is unwilling to leave Yuehua School and go back with us. Dai Yaoling had already talked to Dai Yuling privately about returning to the spiritual medicine mountain villa. Unfortunately, Dai Yuling had not agreed. She had a good life in Yuehua School. Her master, Lan Yuer, was there to protect her. Ling Xiao was there, and she also had a cute junior brother, Long Hao. She could not just leave like this. At this moment, Dai Yuling only had eyes for the battle on the field. Many people were so nervous that they even forgot to breathe because of the stalemate. Fortunately, they were all powerful martialists. Even if they did not breathe for a while, they would not die. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have probably suffocated. Although many people had hoped that Ling Xiao could challenge Haim Myung-ko, they had not expected Ling Xiao to be so fierce. He was actually evenly matched with Haim Myung-ko. No, he was not evenly matched. Instead, he was steadily suppressing Haim Myung-ko with every move. Was this for real? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Naturally, the ordinary martialists in the spectator seats were not the only ones who were nervous and in disbelief. After Haim Myung-ko had used all kinds of ultimate techniques, but was unable to gain the slightest advantage, Sikong Zun and Shengdi's expressions had clearly turned gloomier. Haim Myung-ko had even used the Divine Emperor Scripture, the Natural Dragon Soul, and the Tianji Martial Soul. However, she still could not hurt Ling Xiao at all. This was really too unbelievable. One had to know that if Haim Myung-ko attacked an opponent like this normally, even if the opponent's cultivation was a whole realm higher than Haim Myung-ko's and had reached the 3 talents heaven realm, they would still not be able to withstand it. However, Ling Xiao did not feel any pressure at all in the face of such an attack. He took it all. What was even more frightening was that he was actually unharmed. If no one had seen today's battle, no one would have believed Ling Xiao if he told them that. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the battle stage. The 2 figures suddenly separated and retreated more than 10 steps before coming to a stop. Both of them had nimble movements, so they did not fall. However, when they appeared in front of the crowd, many people were stunned. Good heavens, this battle was really tragic. The battle had been too fast for them to see clearly. Now that they had stopped, they realized that the 2 of them were really in a sorry state. Gen 1121107035576101487322000. Chapter 843. Dozens of small holes had appeared on Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon armor. Faint traces of blood could even be seen. Although it was only a superficial wound, it meant that he hadn't completely withstood Haim Myung-ko's attacks. Lottie's was normal. After all, Haim Myung-ko was also a genius. Furthermore, her cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's. Coupled with her natural dragon soul and Tianji martial soul, she shouldn't be any weaker than Ling Xiao. However, many people frowned when they saw Haim Myung-ko. Haim Myung-ko didn't look any better than Ling Xiao. In fact, she looked even worse. Her originally neat hair had been shaved to different lengths. There were many cuts on her natural dragon armor. It looked as if it had been picked up from the trash. What was even more unbelievable was that there was a wound on Haim Myungkeo's shoulder that was so deep that her bones could be seen. Her injuries were actually much more serious than Ling Xiao's. However, the natural dragon soul's recovery ability was simply too terrifying. This kind of injury was completely healed in just a short period of time. It seemed that the two of them had both been at a disadvantage and had taken advantage of each other in the previous battle. However, Ling Xiao was still a level higher in terms of skill. This was completely unacceptable to the Heavenly King's Gate. Even if Ling Xiao could fight Haim Myungkeo until now, Ling Xiao should have been the one who was more seriously injured and looked more miserable. Why did it seem like the opposite was true? However, the atmosphere in the arena was so heavy that everyone wanted to say something, but no one dared to. It was as if anyone who spoke would be condemned for eternity. This kind of oppressive feeling was extremely unbearable. Kacha! A loud sound came from the protective wall. Finally, the oppressive atmosphere was broken. Everyone gasped for breath. The referees silently went to repair the protective wall. It wasn't a big deal if the stage was broken. However, if the protective wall was broken, the spectators nearby would probably suffer. Even the ordinary citizens of the holy city would be at a disadvantage. After a long while, Haim Myungkeo took a deep breath and looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. She stabbed the thin sword in her hand directly into the martial arts stage, and then made a strange hand seal with her hands. This scene made the Heavenly King's Gate members nervous. "Mingkong, is that necessary?" Si Kongzun even shouted loudly. Of course, he knew what Haim Myungkeo was going to do. The next move was extremely powerful, but it was also a move that would hurt her own body. Ji Mingkong would only choose to use this move when he was helpless against the enemy. "I have to use it." Ji Mingkong shook her head helplessly. She didn't want to do this either, but the strength that Ling Xiao displayed left her with no choice. "Sai, I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful that he could force Mingkong to this point." In the Heavenly King's Gate, a grand elder sighed. I didn't expect this little girl to meet her match. She used to look down on other young people." Yunya was also a little surprised. As Haim Myungkeo's aunt, Yunya knew Haim Myungkeo's temper very well. She had even chatted with this little girl before. Every time the little girl talked about other young people, she had a look of disdain. She said that it was enough to have the holy son in the world and that other young people were not worthy. But now, Ling Xiao forced her to this point. "I'm a little worried." Dai Yuling grabbed Lan Yu's hand and felt her body trembling. Even she could feel how terrifying Haim Myungkeo's next move was. "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Don't you know Ling Xiao? He hasn't used up all his trump cards yet." Lan Yu was actually very worried. However, as Dai Yuling's master, she couldn't show her worry at this time. "Brother Ling will definitely win." Long Chun looked at the stage and thought of the scene in the Land of Dragons when Ling Xiao transformed into the immemorial golden dragon. He knew very well that Ling Xiao's strength was far more than what he showed on the surface. He was much stronger than what he showed. "I hope so." Lung Hao had always been confident in Ling Xiao. However, he couldn't help but worry at this time. "Heaven's Eye, can you see it?" Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light turned around and asked, "I can't help it. I can't see through these two little guys." On the stage, Ji Mingkong was bathed in a green light as his heavenly essence energy was continuously channeled into the thin sword that was stabbed into the ground. His hair was fluttering in the air, and his clothes were also fluttering. The soles of her feet gradually floated up. She floated up without using the sky dance technique. It was completely driven by a powerful force. The thin sword flew up at the same time and pointed at Ling Xiao. Swoosh! The green light sword and Haim Myung-ko's expression became ferocious. The energy that enveloped her body seemed like it could explode at any time. Ling Xiao, it's the last move. It's time to determine who's stronger and who's weaker. If not for Ling Xiao, Haim Myung-ko, would be the true #1 genius of the sacred dynasty. She would be the Holy Sun and the #1 among the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. She would be the chosen one. However, Ling Xiao appeared. Now, he stood in front of her and became the biggest obstacle to her ambition. She hated this person, but she had to defeat him. Is this your strongest move? It's really powerful. It seems that I have to be nervous. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and raised his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The raging wind sword, thunder shadow sword, overflowing rain sword, purple lightning sword, and bewildering mist sword were all summoned. They revolved around his body and flickered with different colored lights. In the sky, the eye of the world had opened. Behind him was an unparalleled demonic sword. The eye of the world spewed out the energy of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, which was constantly infused into the 5 swords. Yi Guxian's martial spirit behind his back exuded an intense slaughter sword intent, which was continuously channeled into the 5 swords. His power was growing, and he was constantly growing stronger. In the air, Haim Myung-ko's technique was slowly taking shape, and the green glow of her sword had reached its peak. It even enveloped Haim Myung-ko. This terrifying power caused Haim Myung-ko to tremble involuntarily. Even she couldn't control what kind of terrifying effect this move would bring. She only knew that this move was very powerful. She had only tried it once when she was a Heaven Vein martial artist. After entering the Heaven tier, she did not dare to try it again, because it was really too terrifying. She was worried that she would destroy everything in front of her if she couldn't control it. When the green glow on the sword reached its peak, a huge shadow appeared behind Haim Myung-ko. It was the founder of the Heavenly King sect, a fierce general under the human king. Its strength was on par with the Moonlight Maiden. Heavenly King scripture, Jade Crush, better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. Better to die in battle than to admit defeat. This was the personality of the founder of the Heavenly King sect. Therefore, in his Heavenly King scripture, this kind of life-risking attack would often appear. Chapter 844. No one doubted the power of this move, because as Haim Myung-ko shouted, the terrifying energy fluctuations became uncontrollable. It was as if the entire stage and the protective barrier were about to explode. An emerald green longsword pierced down from the sky like a divine punishment from the heavens, shooting towards Ling Xiao. Sensing the terrifying energy in the sky, the referees poured even more energy into the defensive wall. At this time, they didn't dare to be careless, because the slightest mistake would cause the protective barrier to shatter, and many spectators nearby would be killed. Even the royal family of the sacred dynasty couldn't bear this responsibility, unless they really wanted to become enemies with many of the 12 sects and countless other sections. On the stage, Ling Xiao was still calmly looking at the emerald green light that was expanding in his eyes. He didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. He was now focused on resisting Haim Myung-ko's brazen attack. If it really didn't work, it wouldn't matter even if he transformed into the immemorial golden dragon. Anyway, he would be exposed sooner or later, and the key was to survive. But there was no need for that now. Different celestial powers were rapidly condensing on the 5 swords, and they showed no signs of retreating in the face of the emerald green sword chi. They were both immemorial dragon souls, but the immemorial hell dragon was even stronger than the immemorial nature dragon in terms of combat strength. After all, the immemorial nature dragon was best at recovery. The 5 swords kept spinning and condensing energy, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Gradually, they formed a connected ring and flew in front of Ling Xiao. When the different celestial powers came into contact with each other, strange energy fluctuations were produced, and many people were surprised. What is this kid trying to do? It's already not easy to control one type of celestial phenomenon. Could it be that he actually wants to fuse all 5 types of celestial phenomenon into one? Si Kongzun's expression was uncertain. In his heart, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. He had actually forced Haim Myung-ko to the point of risking her life to attack. This kid would definitely be a disaster if he was left alive. But if Haim Myung-ko's risking attack couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then he really couldn't accept it. Merging 5 celestial powers into one. He's just courting death. The flame deity, who was beside the palace master of the Jade Water Divine Palace, snorted as a member of the Yuehua school. He knew very well that there had been a genius martial artist who had tried to merge 2 celestial powers into one, thinking that it would produce a stronger attack effect. But in the end, they had been devoured by the backlash of the 2 celestial powers. On the Yuehua school's side, Heavenly Master Golden Light, Heavenly Master Heavenly Eye, and the others were also a little confused. They didn't know what Ling Xiao was trying to do, but they didn't dare to rashly stop him. If they affected Ling Xiao, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Your Highness Moon Maiden, what is Ling Xiao trying to do? Lan Yu couldn't help but ask the Moon Maiden. Don't worry and just watch. When have you ever seen him do something he's not confident in? This move should be a new one. I guess he has already practiced it many times. The Moon Maiden said indifferently. Sure enough, she knew Ling Xiao the best. When Ling Xiao created this move, he was worried that it would backfire. So he let his martial soul avatar practice it hundreds of times in the Mountain River world to solve the problems as much as possible. Although the current move wasn't absolutely perfect, there would still be some side effects, but it definitely wouldn't cause too much damage. 5 swords. The 5 celestial powers finally began to merge and change, and terrifying energy was constantly released from the ring. From time to time, there would be howling winds. From time to time, there would be thunder and lightning. From time to time, there would be torrential rain. From time to time, there would be heavy fog. Strange situations occurred one after another, causing everyone in the audience to be shocked. However, Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as usual, as if he wasn't displaying a terrifying move, but making pastries for his beloved woman. Boom, 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 boom. After 5 consecutive loud vibrations, Ling Xiao's hands quickly made various movements, and the 5 swords that were originally connected actually merged into one. A huge 5-colored sword. What the hell is that? 5 swords merged into one sword. Is this guy using an illusion? Si Kongxian, who was lying in ambush nearby, was watching the battle in boredom. Suddenly, he realized that the 5-colored light had condensed into a huge sword, and he couldn't help but be shocked and ask anxiously. It was a pity that the people around him weren't as strong as him, and their eyesight wasn't as good as his. If he couldn't see through it, they wouldn't be able to see through it either. The only answers he received were, I don't know, and I don't know. On the other side, Sheng Di and Si Kongzun looked at each other and saw the shock and worry in each other's eyes. Now that things had developed to this point, although they knew what move Haim Myung-ko was using, they couldn't determine what move Ling Xiao was using. This was a very dangerous situation. The judges closest to the battle stage could clearly sense that the huge sword contained an extremely terrifying power, and they couldn't help but increase the strength of the defensive wall. How did this kid do it with such powerful power? His territories are simply one after another, and it's too much for the eyes to take in. The head judge revealed a helpless smile. As an Yin-Yang realm expert, he was finding it harder and harder to see through Ling Xiao. After cultivating for so many years, this was the first time. He even felt that this kid's talent might be even more terrifying than Ji Furing and Yu Xuanyue's. It shouldn't be possible. The head judge shook his head, somewhat unwilling to believe it. After letting out a long breath, Ling Xiao raised his right hand, and the huge five-colored sword soared into the sky and shot toward the dark green light. Shadow Sword Technique. Third move, Heavenly Punishment Sword. Although this move was far from complete, as his 12 Golden Lotus Arts had only been cultivated to the 5th level, just the fusion of the power of 5 heavenly phenomena was enough to make countless cultivators tremble in fear. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the huge 5-colored sword seemed to understand his words. It actually released 5 different types of light, and its speed suddenly increased by quite a bit. In fact, Hai Myung-KO's attack and Ling Xiao's attack were released almost at the same time. Under the gaze of everyone in the holy city, the huge 5-colored sword collided with the dark green light. It was as if a huge meteorite had collided, and in an instant the entire battle stage began to shake. Even the residents at the edge of the holy city could feel the slight tremors. And this was only the beginning of the stalemate. Boom! After a moment of stalemate, the terrifying power finally produced a huge explosion. The roar resounded throughout the holy city. It was as loud as an earthquake, and in addition to the colorful lights in the sky, it was as if immortals were fighting, causing countless warriors to tremble in fear. Chapter 8:45. After the loud explosion, a crazy amount of energy shot out in all directions. It was as if the end of the world had suddenly arrived on the martial stage. Strong winds raged, thunder and lightning flashed. Torrential rain poured down. Poisonous fog filled the air. The roar of a dragon could be heard from time to time, and the ground was constantly shaking. Oh no, the martial stage is sinking. The martial stage was originally built in midair, so it was reasonable to say that it shouldn't sink. However, the impact of Ling Xiao and Hai Myung-KO's collision was too powerful, and the protective wall had condensed the energy into a single point, preventing it from spreading out. This made the attack even more terrifying. The martial stage sank, and so did the entire martial stage. From afar, it looked as if a giant void ship had lost control and was crashing down. Below the martial stage was the sacred dynasty's sacrificial altar. There was a reason why the martial arts ceremony was arranged here. Although the martial stage wouldn't kill anyone because there was no one below, destroying the sacred dynasty's sacrificial altar was a great sin. Si Kong sneered imperceptibly. He was still looking for an excuse to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, but he didn't expect an excuse to come knocking on his door so quickly. Since the martial stage was being ravaged, Hai Myung-KO, who was inside the martial stage, was naturally the first to bear the brunt. The crazy energy pounced on her like a madman, completely enveloping her. Boom! Puchi! Crack! Loud sounds rang out one after another. First, they crashed into the martial stage, accelerating its sinking. Then, they crashed into the protective wall, causing the referees in charge of the protective wall to smile bitterly. They were Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, but the attacks of these two brats actually made them feel a sense of fear. It would be a little embarrassing if word got out. In fact, they couldn't be blamed. Although Ling Xiao and Hai Myung-KO were only Heaven Realm martial artists, their attacks had a special effect after colliding. The terrifying power that erupted from their attacks could even injure Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. This was the terrifying part of the superposition of energy. Of course, this kind of energy could not be controlled. As long as a Grotto Heaven Realm expert was not a fool, they should be able to dodge or defend against it. The golden dragon wings on Ling Xiao's back unfurled, and he wore a grim expression on his face. This was because even he did not expect the collision of the two attacks to be so powerful. The energy waves that spread out did not even distinguish between friend and foe. They attacked randomly, and even he became the target of the attack. Fortunately, he could fly. He had also mastered the art of refining formations. The defensive wall was formed by a magic array. Ling Xiao flapped his golden dragon wings and flew near the defensive wall. He only held a piece of alchemy stone in his hand, and a part of the defensive wall actually separated and wrapped around his entire body. The huge impact slammed into the defensive wall. With the judges blocking it for him, he had no problem at all. He didn't even need to use any of his heavenly essence energy. F***CK. Isn't this brat too crafty? He can actually do this? One of the referees was dumbfounded and smiled bitterly. This doesn't seem to be against the rules. He didn't leave the range of the stage and used his own ability. Another judge smiled bitterly and said, "See, this is the benefit of being knowledgeable. If the Holy Sun also knew about formations, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state this time." The head judge sighed deeply. At this point, even he had to admire Ling Xiao. It was a pity that he was not his grandson. Otherwise, the sacred dynasty would have a true successor. I've always been curious. This brat is only a celestial realm warrior. How can he fly? In the stands, Qin Bishua, who was following along with the stage, gritted his teeth and asked, "It should be some kind of martial art. This kind of thing is very rare. I didn't expect him to get it. In comparison, the Holy Sun's sky dancing technique is much worse." The Bloodblade sect master was very knowledgeable, and he answered Qin Bishua's question. While they were still surprised, the Heavenly King sect side panicked. "Sect master, it seems that the situation is not good. Not only can Ling Xiao fly, but he also knows how to refine formations. It seems that he can use the protective wall to protect himself. If this is the case, Ming Kong will be at a disadvantage. I'm afraid this battle is over." An elder of the Heavenly King sect lamented, as if he had lost his parents. "Yes, sect master. The situation is completely different from what we expected. This Ling Xiao has exceeded our expectations by a lot. Moreover, I think this brat hasn't done his best." Another elder of the Heavenly King sect said loudly, "Stop arguing. If anything happens to the Holy Sun, I'll make this brat pay with his life." The Holy Emperor was really angry. He only had one outstanding son, who was either addicted to wine and women or was an incompetent woman. Although the Holy Sun was also a woman, she was more outstanding than many men. If something happened to the Holy Sun, he would kill Ling Xiao even if he had to risk universal condemnation. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to become enemies with the royal family of the sacred dynasty because of Ling Xiao. Si Kongzun frowned and said, "Don't worry, Holy Emperor. Ming Kong won't be defeated so easily. Moreover, this is the sacred city. How can we allow a mere Yuehua school's disciple to defeat the Holy Sun? Who will win or lose will be decided by us, right? Brother Sikong, are you saying that you want to intervene?" The Holy Emperor asked doubtfully. "Let's wait and see. The battle isn't over yet. There's no hurry." Si Kongzun didn't confirm or deny. Instead, he suddenly looked at the arena. The energy explosion in the sky lasted for a while before it gradually subsided. A figure fell from the sky, like an object that had lost control. It was stiff and didn't react at all. Oh no, it looks like the Holy Sun was knocked out by the energy just now. If she doesn't have the protection of her heavenly Yuan force, she will be in big trouble if she is thrown from this height. The people of the Heavenly King sect shouted anxiously. Whoosh! A figure suddenly jumped out and caught Haim Myung-ko in the air. It was Ling Xiao. A victorious smile appeared on his face. Haim Myung-ko, who seemed to be unconscious, suddenly threw out a palm in an attempt to send Ling Xiao flying. However, her palm was soft and without any strength at all. Ling Xiao grabbed her lily-white hand, and his cold voice resounded on the martial arts stage. All the martial artists present heard it clearly. Ji Mingkong, you disappoint me too much. To be honest, I haven't had enough fun yet, and you've already lost. Although he was interested in the Heaven's Chosen One, his biggest goal in coming to the martial arts festival was to defeat the saint and kick this arrogant woman down from her dazzling throne. Haim Myung-keo's body was trembling. She was lying in the arms of the person she hated the most and listening to his humiliating words, but she couldn't do anything about it. Even without the impact, just now, just the aftereffects of using Jade Crush was enough to make her extremely weak. Chapter 846. In this battle, Haim Myung-keo had really lost. Novel, La, and she had lost completely. No matter how unwilling she was, she couldn't change anything. Just kill me. Haim Myung-keo shouted weakly. I'd rather die than be your slave. Hee, don't worry, I'm not interested in making you my slave. But from now on, you'd better not interfere in my affairs. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. He grabbed Haim Myung-keo's neck and continued, but even if I don't kill you, I'll still have to collect some interest. I'll kindly accept your immemorial nature, dragon, martial soul. Ling Xiao, how dare you? A thunderous voice came from the Sage Emperor's mouth. If you touch her, I'll definitely exterminate your entire clan. With a sneer and ridicule, Ling Xiao looked at the Sage Emperor with contempt. At this point, he was completely disappointed in the Sage Emperor. Your Majesty, are you being childish or ignorant? Is there any meaning in saying such things at this point? With that, Ling Xiao pulled the immemorial nature dragon martial soul out of Haim Myung-keo's body and trapped it in the Mountain River world. Perhaps because the immemorial nature dragon had followed Haim Myung-keo for too long, it was still very loyal to Haim Myung-keo. So after it arrived in the Mountain River world, it became very violent and tried to do something inside. But could it do it? The Mountain River world was Ling Xiao's territory. Dragon Slayer beat him until he's convinced. The immemorial Hell Dragon King's name was Dragon Slayer, which was also the name of Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon Soul. In the Mountain River world, he was much stronger than the immemorial nature Dragon King. Just the Mountain River world will alone was enough to make the immemorial nature dragon suffer. Ignoring the battle in the Mountain River world, Ling Xiao kicked Haim Myung-keo away, showing no mercy at all. Haim Myung-keo fell to the ground at an accelerated speed. However, she was awake at the moment, so she probably wouldn't die. At this moment, although the world was still rumbling, the spectator stands were completely silent. Everyone looked at the stage in horror. At Haim Myung-keo, he looked at the Holy Sun, who was originally arrogant and proud. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This was especially true for the people from the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family. They wanted nothing more than to dig out their own eyes and replace them with another pair because they felt that they had seen wrongly. It was impossible for such a thing to happen. Haim Myung-keo, the most outstanding genius of the entire Tianlong continent's younger generation. At the age of 12, she had already defeated all the young martial artists under the age of 20 on the Tianlong continent and obtained the honor of being the number one among the Sacred Dynasty's 6 young masters. At the age of 14, she had successfully entered the celestial realm, becoming the most outstanding young person after Yu Xianyue and Ji Fuling. Now, she was 15 years old and 16 years old, but she was already a celestial realm martial artist in the Yinyang celestial realm. Even in the entire Tianlong continent, this kind of cultivation speed was ranked in the top 3 aptitudes in the past 10,000 years. However, he was such an outstanding genius. The Holy Son, who was praised to the heavens by everyone, was defeated by a martial artist who was born a beggar. Even after this little beggar entered the 12 sects, he entered the Yuehua school, which was ranked last among the 12 sects. Many people couldn't accept this fact. This was because the majority of the people had treated Ji Mingkong as an invincible goddess in their hearts. However, such a goddess had actually lost to a nobody. However, if they put aside their prejudice and thought about it carefully, many people suddenly realized that in front of Ling Xiao, any genius would feel inferior. According to reliable information, Ling Xiao was only a martial artist at the lowest level of the martial vein realm a year ago. They didn't even know that there was a transcendent realm in this world. But now, he had changed and become a celestial realm master, which was above the transcendent realm. This was really too unbelievable. It felt like his promotion was like a legend. He's only 15 years old. Such a calm and strong person, except for his slightly immature face, really couldn't be associated with a 15-year-old. One had to know that most young martial artists at the age of 15 were only in the 7th or 8th layer of the transcendent realm. The more powerful ones were at most half-step heavenly venerables. Although Ling Xiao wasn't the youngest in this martial arts festival, he was definitely the youngest among the 20 geniuses, and also the strongest. Thinking of this, Qin Bixue by Qianjiao, Mo Wushang, and the others who had fought with Ling Xiao couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. Even the sect masters of the various sects were shocked by this. He showed such amazing potential at such a young age. How amazing would he be in the future? What a pity! Sikong Zun shook his head slightly, and his expression was very complicated. If he had paid more attention to Ling Xiao back then, perhaps such an outstanding disciple wouldn't have fallen into the hands of those good-for-nothings from the Yuehua school. Now, not only could he not accept Ling Xiao as his disciple, but he also had to become fire and water with Ling Xiao. Damn it! Why did I choose Ming Tian back then, and not him? The flame deity was even more upset. Back then, he had sent a disciple to Master Bai Yun to snatch Ming Tian back. He thought that was enough to anger Master Bai Yun to death. Moreover, he had spent a lot of effort on Ming Tian. However, now he suddenly realized that he was really blind. If he had chosen Ling Xiao back then, what would have happened? I'm completely convinced. This kid is gradually catching up with us old guys. On the Yuehua school's side, Heavenly Venerable Golden Light shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the past, he only thought that Ling Xiao had potential and was smart enough, and that it might be beneficial to let his disciple follow him. However, now he suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated this kid. His progress is completely different from that of Haim Myung Ko. Every time he fights, it's a matter of life and death. Many times, he might even lose his life. It's really not easy for him to persevere until now. Heavenly Venerable, Heavenly, I nodded. In the past, he had some prejudice against Ling Xiao, thinking that Ling Xiao was too decisive in killing. But now that he thought about it, if Ling Xiao had been an indecisive person, he would have died a long time ago without leaving even his bones behind. When I saved this kid from Mo Yen, I knew that he had a promising future. However, I'm still shocked that he could defeat the Holy Sun in front of so many people. Wang Han Tianzuan's cold eyes were also filled with incomparable surprise. Guys, can we stop sighing? Senior Brother Ling just contradicted the Holy Emperor and crippled the Holy Sun in front of everyone. I'm afraid he's in danger. Lung Hao scratched his head anxiously. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt him unless I die. The Moon Maiden's cold voice sounded, and her eyes were filled with incomparable determination. You guys should leave while it's still chaotic. If a fight breaks out later, I won't have time to protect you. Chapter 847. Lan Yu, take the disciples of Yuehua School and leave first. The rest of us will stay behind with the Moon Maiden. Even if we die here, it's worth it to protect Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden. Heavenly Master Golden Light said. That's right. Heavenly Master, Heavenly Eyes nodded. I'm afraid that's the best way. Wang Han Tianzuan said calmly, as if she was not too worried about dying. The Moon Maiden did not object. Although these people were not as strong as her, they were still experts among the celestial realm martial artists. If she could not free herself, she would have to rely on these people to save Ling Xiao. I'm not leaving. Lan Yu shook her head. If you don't leave, I'll kill you first. The Moon Maiden was not good with words. She could only use the most direct method to solve the problem. Lan Yu was stunned for a moment before she understood what the Moon Maiden meant. She would only die if she stayed. Rather than being killed by others, she would rather die in the hands of her own people. She gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. Then, she tearfully asked the disciples of Yuehua School to leave. She was now the eldest senior sister. If she did not leave, then Dai Yuling, Lung Hao, and the others would not leave. Although Dai Yuling and Lung Hao wanted to stay, they knew very well that it was useless to stay. They would only be a burden. Therefore, they quietly left with Lan Yu, and the other two elders. Boom! The arena finally fell to the ground. At this time, only the Moon Maiden, Heavenly Master Golden Light, Heavenly Master Heavenly Eyes, and Wang Han Tianzuan were left in the Yuehua School. The others controlled the Moonlight Treasure Ship and returned to the Yuehua School. Wu Xiang did not use this treasure when he left earlier. Anyway, his cultivation was high enough that it would not be a problem for him to return to the Yuehua School. At this time, the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family had already started to stir. Ling Xiao's crimes were too many. First, he ignored the Holy Emperor's words. Second, he defeated the Holy Sun, Hai Miang Ko. Destroying the battle arena was the third. As for the other crimes, he could list out as many as he wanted, but these three were the most important. Of course, if he wanted to find fault, the third reason was more acceptable. The other two reasons were a bit unreasonable. Hateful little bastard. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to quell my anger. The Saint Emperor was truly infuriated. A huge hole had appeared in the ground beneath his feet from his fury. His face was livid, angry, and embarrassed. Ling Xiao actually dared to not give him face in front of so many people, saying that he was childish and ignorant. How could he endure this? Your Majesty, what do you think we should do next? The Holy Sun has been defeated. Although he is still alive, he has been deprived of his immemorial natural dragon martial spirit. His strength must be much weaker than before. Sikong Zun was a sly old fox. It was better to leave the matter of offending the world to the Holy Emperor. He did not want to appear so early. The sage emperor's face was gloomy, as if he was still assessing his losses. Haim Miang Ko represented the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family. At the same time, she also represented the Sky Dragon Institute. Today's defeat would undoubtedly cause the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family to lose face. More importantly, how could the Sky Dragon Institute continue to exist under such circumstances? As the Sage Emperor, other than the safety of his daughter, he had to consider everything else. No matter what, he had to regain his face. However, with so many people present, if he did not have a reasonable excuse to cause trouble for Ling Xiao, even if he succeeded in the end, the Sacred Dynasty's royal family would lose even more face. His position as the Sage Emperor might even be replaced by someone else. The head judge could pass the position of Sage Emperor to him, so he had the ability to take it away. He could not afford to make a mistake at this time. Judges, the outcome of this battle should have been decided. Are you not going to announce the result? Just as the Sage Emperor was thinking hard about how to cause trouble for Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's voice rang out. You win. This time, there was no suspense at all. Not only did Haim Myung-ko fall out of the stage, but she also did not have the strength to continue fighting. Even if the head judge wanted to protect Haim Myung-ko, there was nothing he could do. As the head judge announced the result, the abundant luck behind Haim Myung-ko flew directly into Ling Xiao's body. 1. A loud sound reverberated between heaven and earth. The 9 cauldrons behind Ling Xiao were finally completed, but this was not the end. After the 9 cauldrons condensed, a huge figure appeared behind Ling Xiao. He was dressed in martial attire and looked valiant and mighty. He looked like a war god from outside the mystic world. It's the human king. It's actually the human king. Your Majesty, the human king. All the cultivators knelt down, including the Sage Emperor and Sikong Zun. They did not dare to be negligent. At this moment, Ling Xiao represented the will of the human king. They did not dare to offend him in the slightest. The human king's figure slowly opened his eyes. There was a gentle gaze in his eyes. Just this gaze alone seemed to be able to heal the wounds in everyone's hearts. Although his gaze was gentle, it was also majestic. Even the 4 Yin-Yang realm cultivators present did not dare to challenge His Majesty. I never expected that someone would actually be able to condense the luck of the 9 cauldrons. The human king's figure opened his mouth and spoke. His voice was as loud as thunder. Since that is the case, it means that this person has the qualifications to enter the 9 cauldrons illusion. I will help him activate it. After saying this, the human king's figure waved his hand gently. The entire holy city suddenly shook once more. In the sky, it was both bright and dark. It looked even more frightening than the previous collision between Ling Xiao and Haim Myung-ko. In the next moment, 9 greenish-yellow lights shot out from the ground. They were actually 9 giant cauldrons. The giant cauldrons floated in the air and began to rotate. The sky and earth changed color. As the terrifying winds and clouds surged, it was as if a hole had been torn in the sky. A pitch-black crack appeared in the sky. Everyone in the holy city knelt on the ground and prayed, afraid that this would be the end of the world. After doing this, the human king's figure suddenly disappeared. Others might not have felt anything, but Ling Xiao could clearly feel that there was an external force in his body. This energy could not merge into his body, but it could protect him for the time being. It seemed that the human king had also expected that a heaven-blessed young genius would be envied by others. Thus, he had to protect this young genius and not let him die prematurely. At this moment, even Ling Xiao, who had always been calm in the face of change, felt a little shocked. His heart couldn't help but beat faster, not to mention the others. When they saw the black, hole-like existence surrounded by the 9 cauldrons in the sky, they were all terrified. I never thought that the legend of the 9 cauldrons illusion was actually true. His Majesty, the human king, really put a lot of thought into this. Yes, it has been more than 100,000 years. His Majesty, the human king, actually predicted that such a day would come. Chapter 848. It's a pity that Ling Xiao seems to be the only one who can enter the 9 cauldrons illusory realm. Not necessarily. The 9 cauldrons illusory realm is right there. If you have the guts, follow me and try. A 10 directions heaven realm martial artist broke through the air and attempted to enter the 9 cauldrons illusory realm. Bang! However, he had just reached the entrance when his entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Damn, it seems like only Ling Xiao is qualified to enter the Nine Cauldrons' illusory realm. The appearance of a living example made those who were itching to make a move put away their greed. What a joke! A 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist was blasted into a bloody mist. Most of the martial artists here had not reached that realm. As for Grotto Heaven Realm and Inyang Realm martial artists, it was impossible for them to try. It was not easy to reach such a cultivation level. If they really died, it would be a huge loss. Sister Yuenu, wait a moment. I will be back soon. Ling Xiao looked up at the mysterious, illusory realm like a black hole and felt a little excited. Although he did not know what was inside, this was definitely an opportunity. As his cultivation continued to grow stronger, he would need more and more heaven and earth treasures. He did not need martial arts manuals now, but treasures were definitely not lacking. Of course, it would be good if he had a divine weapon. After speaking, he opened his golden dragon wings and flew toward the mysterious, illusory realm without hesitation. He did not believe that the human king would set up such a trap to kill him because it was not necessary. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the remnant power of the human king in his body was protecting him and could be used at any time. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure blocked Ling Xiao's flight path. Now that the human king's phantom was gone, the martial artists who were trembling in fear just now dared to move. Little bastard, not only did you poison the Holy Sun, but you also destroyed the sacred dynasty's altar that has stood for hundreds of thousands of years. Do you think you can leave so easily? The person who stopped Ling Xiao was Sikong Xian. The person who spoke was also Sikong Xian. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He had considered the shamelessness of the King clan, but he had not expected them to be this shameless. Over at the Yuehua school, the Moon Maiden's expression turned serious. She stared at Sikong Xian. If Sikong Xian dared to make a move on Ling Xiao, she definitely wouldn't stand by and watch. Heavenly Premier Golden Light and the others grew nervous as well. They had been worried that the Heavenly King sect or the royal family of the sacred dynasty would make a move against Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, the other party would be so direct and shameless. They did not even care about their reputation. No wonder Ling Xiao defeated the Holy Sun. He drugged the Holy Sun. F***CK, this shameless guy. I knew it. How could a mere Yuehua school produce such a genius? It's understandable that he defeated Qin Bishua, but defeating the Holy Sun is simply a joke. Many people in the audience believed Sikong Xian's words without a doubt. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they had already decided. However, some of the sect masters sneered disdainfully. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old child? If you want to pick a fight, so be it. What do you mean by drugging? Is Haim Miankeo an idiot? How could she not know that she was drugged? Humph, the Heavenly King sect is getting more and more shameless. No wonder the sacred dynasty is declining. The royal family has already fallen to such a state. No wonder. Ha ha ha, let's just watch the show. It has nothing to do with us anyway. It won't be easy for the Yuehua school to rise again. Some people despised the royal family of the sacred dynasty and the Heavenly King sect, while others were gloating and waiting to watch the show. Anyway, there were all kinds of people these days. Sikong Xian was a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Although he wasn't a match for Wu Xiang or the Moon Lady, killing Ling Xiao was still a piece of cake for him. The heavenly Yuan Qi in his hands was ready, and he was ready to use his moves. If Ling Xiao tried to bypass him and enter the Nine Cauldrons' illusory realm, he would definitely be ruthless. The martialists who were preparing to leave all looked over. To them, Such a lively scene was hard to come by. Ling Xiao didn't move. He knew that he wasn't a match for Sikong Xian. If he rushed over recklessly, he would be courting death. He looked at Sikong Xian and sneered. It turns out that the Heavenly King Sect's deputy sect master is so despicable and shameless. Seeing that your sect's top core disciple was defeated, you came to accuse others. You said that I drugged the Holy Sun. Do you have any evidence? You said that I destroyed the altar of the sacred dynasty. That's nonsense. If I'm guilty, do you think the human king will give me the chance to enter the 9 cauldrons illusory realm? Humph. Let's not talk about the altar for now. I saw you drugging the Holy Sun with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Sikong Xian snorted coldly. This was completely shameless. What he meant was that if I said you drugged the Holy Sun, you drugged him. I'm the evidence. You don't even have a chance to refute. However, Ling Xiao didn't buy it. You're the deputy sect master of the Heavenly King Sect, not the deputy sect master of the Yuehua school. Do you think I'll treat your bullshit as an imperial edict? I asked you to show me evidence, not bullshit. Are you ready to accept the punishment of the mystic world's law for slandering the chosen one? Don't try to scare me. What punishment of the mystic world's law? Do you think you're the chosen one just because you say so? Sikong Xian didn't know what he was relying on. It seemed that he was deliberately looking for trouble. Ling Xiao said coldly, "It seems that you're determined to deal with me today. Fine. Ling Xiao, may be insignificant, but I'm not afraid of power. No need to talk nonsense. Just say what you want." Ha ha ha, what do I want? Sikong Xian laughed and said, "Don't you know that this is the holy city? If you commit a big crime here, you'll lose your head. Since you said you didn't drug the holy city, I won't slander you. How about this? You can stay in the Holy Dynasty's prison for a while. When we find out what happened, we'll see how to deal with you." Ling Zhao's face was gloomy. These people were really beating around the bush to deal with him. If he really went to prison, even if he wasn't guilty, he would become guilty. That's impossible. My feet are on my body. I can go wherever I want unless you kill me. Ling Xiao was very glad that he was prepared to escape from the holy city. However, before he escaped, he had to go to the 9 cauldrons illusion. I won't go so far as to kill you. That would make it too easy for you. We're the Heavenly King Sect's law enforcement team. Why aren't you taking down this traitor? This is a good opportunity for you to make a contribution. Sikong Xian blocked Ling Zhao's path and didn't make a move. This was because he knew that Ling Xiao was cunning. If he personally made a move, it might cause a lot of trouble. It wouldn't be good to let this guy slip away. Following Sikong Xian's order, more than a dozen figures suddenly rushed out from the Heavenly King Sect, other than a law enforcement elder who was in the 3 talents realm. There were also more than a dozen law enforcement disciples. Chapter 849. Emo Wushang and Dao Wuming were among the law enforcement disciples. It turned out that the Sky King Sect's law enforcement disciples were the same as the Yuehua school. They were all carefully selected from the inner and core disciples. Not only were their cultivation levels high, but they were also very good at cooperating in battle. One law enforcement elder was enough to give Ling Xiao a hard time. Now that there were more than a dozen law enforcement disciples surrounding Ling Xiao, it was clear that they had shed all pretense of cordiality. Get lost! Ling Xiao's face turned cold. Facing all kinds of attacks coming at him from all directions, he did not intend to hold back. He used the rising sun sword ray with his celestial realm cultivation. Dazzling golden light shot out in all directions. With a series of clanking sounds, the dozen or so law enforcement disciples flew out, but in the end, they also flew back. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, they fell to the ground and could no longer move. They were lucky to be alive after being pierced by the golden energy sword. And Mo Wushang, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He thought that he was not too far away from Ling Xiao, and that he still had a chance to catch up. However, it seemed that it was just his own wishful thinking. Once Ling Xiao used his true strength, he would not stand a chance at all. Even the Celestial Realm Law Enforcement Elder took 2 to 3 steps back before he could steady himself. His expression was uncertain. Hee, don't joke about him drugging. To be able to cripple a dozen law enforcement disciples of the Sky King sect and even force the law enforcement elder back, is there a need to drug someone with such strength? That's right. Do you think we're stupid? But do you think the Sky King sect and Sacred Dynasty only want Ling Xiao dead? Don't be stupid. They must be after Ling Xiao's infernal dragon soul and nature dragon soul. Don't tell me you don't want them? Of course I do. But now that the Sky King sect and Sacred Dynasty have made their move, we can't possibly fight with them, right? Let's wait and see. Maybe there will be a chance. Everyone below the stage also had their own thoughts. After all, the 9 dragon souls were too eye-catching. Ling Xiao had actually obtained 2 dragon souls by himself. It was impossible for them not to covet it. Ling Xiao had crippled more than 10 law enforcement disciples in one move and repelled the Heavenly King sect's law enforcement elder. However, his expression did not look good. Sikong Zun, as the sect master of the Heavenly King sect, don't hide at the back like a turtle. What is your Heavenly King sect trying to do? Do you really want to go against the human king's orders? He roared in the direction of the Heavenly King sect. Sikong Zun wanted to stay out of this. Don't even think about it. Even if I have to run away, I'll still pull out your fox's tail. Haha, little brother, there's no need to be angry. It's just that the Holy Sun has indeed been poisoned, and you are the biggest suspect. Therefore, you must accept the Sacred Dynasty's investigation. This is not something that I can decide alone. Sikong Zun was a hypocrite. His words were much more hypocritical than Sikong Xian's. Little brother, you can rest assured that even if you enter the heavenly prison, we will serve you well. We won't let you suffer. Bullsh *T. Why don't you go to the heavenly prison for a few days? Ling Xiao did not give any face to Sikong Zun. At this point, there was no use in being a coward. Sikong Zun was determined to deal with him. No matter what his attitude was, it would be the same. How dare you? How dare you speak to the sect master like that? The Heavenly King sect's law enforcement elder's expression changed and shouted loudly. I'm talking to the son of a turtle. As Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly pounced forward and attacked the Heavenly King sect's law enforcement elder. A purple flash sword appeared in his hand. Humph, I was defeated by you just now because I underestimated you. With your strength, you are still no match for me. The Heavenly King sect's law enforcement elder snorted coldly. He was fully prepared for defense, but he did not intend to attack. It would be a lie to say that he was not guilty. However, what stunned him was that when Ling Xiao was less than a meter away from him, he suddenly changed direction and rushed toward the 9 Cauldrons' illusory realm. Sikong Xian was also careless at this moment. He thought that Ling Xiao was going to fight the law enforcement elder head-on. In the end, he could only watch as Ling Xiao darted past him. By the time he wanted to catch him, it was already too late. However, he was too late. Someone could not hold back and made a move. A terrifying aura that was enough to suffocate Ling Xiao completely blocked his way. Ling Xiao hurriedly retreated and instantly retreated more than 100 meters. At that moment, he only wanted to distance himself from this person. Your Majesty, many people cried out in surprise. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, even the Yin-Yang realm expert, like the Heavenly King, personally made a move. Wasn't he thinking too highly of Ling Xiao? The Heavenly King's attack did not succeed because someone had blocked his sure-kill attack. Looks like you're tired of being the Heavenly King. A cold voice echoed in the sky. A terrifying and cold aura instantly filled the entire arena. Among the broken walls, the fairy-like woman stood in midair as if she was not real. The Heavenly King's face instantly turned red. He had really lost all face today. Not only did Ling Xiao talk back to him, but he was also blocked by the Moon Lady. He did not even have the chance to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Slap! A loud slap resounded through the world. The Moon Lady's fair hand had actually slapped the Heavenly King's high and mighty face. Hiss! The entire arena was filled with gasps. This was too exaggerated. In the current Tianlong continent, someone actually dared to slap the Heavenly King? Even the previous Heavenly King did not dare to do so. You! How dare you hit me? The Sage Emperor was also dumbfounded. If the Moon Lady's obstruction had already made him feel extremely humiliated, then this slap had completely stunned him. Slap! It was another resounding slap, without any hesitation. Damn, who is this woman? Why is she so fierce? She should be the Yuehua School's Moon Lady. I've long heard that this woman is extremely powerful and is a top-notch expert in the Yin-Yang realm. Seeing her today, it's indeed true. Strength is awesome. She even dares to hit the Heavenly King. She's too powerful. Some of the experts below the arena were gloating. The Heavenly King always felt that he was high and mighty, and that no one in the world dared to do anything to him. Many people were unhappy with him. However, although most people were unhappy with him, they did not dare to make a move. They did not expect a valiant heroine to appear today and slap the Heavenly King twice in a row. Moon Lady, isn't this a little too much? Our ancestors were all subjects of the human king. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to slap the human king's descendant today? In the VIP seats, Sikong Zun stood up and said with a frown, "The human king's decree is for Ling Xiao to enter the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm, but this unfilial son wants to kill Ling Xiao. He doesn't even take the human king seriously. Now you want me to spare him on account of the human king?" The Moon Lady replied coldly, "Since the Moon Lady is unwilling to show mercy, then I have no choice but to spar with you." Sikong Zun's expression did not look good. It had been a long time since he met someone who did not give him face. If you want to fight, then fight. Cut the crap. Anyone who dares to harm Ling Xiao will be killed without mercy. Chapter 850. Sikong Zun left the VIP seats with an ashen face and went to the Holy Emperor. 2 Yin-Yang realm experts had joined forces just to deal with Ling Xiao. No one would believe such a bizarre thing, even if they told it to others. The Moon Lady looked at the 2 people in front of her and asked Ling Xiao softly, "Are you okay?" "Don't worry, Sister Moon Lady. I'm fine. It's a pity that my cultivation is too low. I can't fight against a Yin-Yang realm expert. Thank you for your hard work." Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I said that I'll protect you until you can protect me." The Moon Lady smiled at Ling Xiao. Her smile seemed to be able to melt dozens of meters of ice in an instant. "I understand, but you don't have to fight with them. I've already thought of a plan to escape. You just need to delay them and let me enter the 9 Cauldrons illusion." The 9 Cauldrons illusion was both an opportunity and a way to escape. He had to enter it. He didn't want the Moon Lady to risk her life here. A wise man knew when to back down. Since he wasn't a match for them now, he could just slip away and come back for revenge in the future, when he was stronger. After all, Ling Xiao's enemies wouldn't have an easy time. "Don't worry. As long as you're fine, it'll be easy for me to escape." The Moon Lady smiled. Although the Holy Emperor and Sikong Zun were terrifying when they joined forces, They couldn't stop the Moon Lady if she wanted to leave. Even if the chief judge joined forces, she wouldn't be afraid, let alone the two of them. At the Yin-Yang realm, it was too difficult for a warrior to kill another warrior. Without an overwhelming advantage or a perfect plan, it was almost impossible. Okay, in that case, I'll leave it to you, Sister Moon Lady. Also, let Heavenly Master Golden Light and the others leave. It's meaningless for them to stay. Ling Xiao glanced at the Yuehua school and found that Lan Yu, and the others had already left. However, Heavenly Master Golden Light, Heavenly Master Heavenly Eye, and Wang Han Tianzuan were still there. Understood. The Moon Maiden's words naturally carried more weight. She was more confident in persuading Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light and the others. The great battle had yet to begin, and the Heavenly King sect would not stop the three of them from leaving. After all, they were insignificant characters. Even though Heavenly Lord Golden Light and the others were feeling helpless in their hearts, they knew that there was nothing they could do even if they stayed behind. Even Sikong Xian could not deal with it, let alone Sikong Zun or the Sage Emperor. Moreover, since Ling Xiao had a plan to escape, they would only be a burden if they stayed. If they didn't leave now, they would really become a burden later. The three of them looked at each other and left one after another. As expected, the Heavenly King sect did not stop him. After all, their key target was Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao didn't leave, everything would be fine. Moon Maiden, I have no intention of becoming enemies with your Yuehua school. We didn't stop those three people. You saw it yourself. I hope that you won't ruin the relationship between the Yuehua school and the Heavenly King sect for an insignificant brat. In the end, Sikong Zun was still unwilling to make a move. Even if he joined forces with the Sage Emperor, they might not be a match for the Moon Maiden. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to fight the Moon Maiden. Nonsense! The Moon Maiden's cold voice completely interrupted Sikong Zun's delusions. You attacking Ling Xiao is equivalent to attacking me. If you let him go, today's battle can be avoided. If this continues, we will have to come to an end. Hearing this, Sikong Zun frowned. The Sage Emperor said coldly, Moon Maiden, you should know very well that Ling Xiao stole my daughter's natural dragon soul, and even destroyed the sacred dynasty's ancestral temple. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to continue being the Sage Emperor. Countless citizens of the sacred dynasty will be bitterly disappointed. What a glib tongue! The Moon Maiden said disdainfully. If you want to steal the Hell Dragon Soul and Natural Dragon Soul, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Speaking of citizens of the sacred dynasty, Ling Xiao is also one. Moreover, he is the most outstanding one among the younger generation. He is also the chosen one selected by the martial arts festival. You are the one who is truly disgraceful. It seems like there is no way to negotiate. Sikong Zun and the Sage Emperor looked at each other. They both knew that it was impossible to persuade the Moon Maiden. Therefore, they could only take action. Sikong Zun, don't worry about anything else. Stop Ling Xiao and don't let him enter the Nine Cauldrons' illusory realm. If anything happens, you will be responsible. The rest of the disciples of the Heavenly King sect, do your best to capture Ling Xiao. Sikong Zun gave the order. He was prepared to do whatever it took. Do you want the Heavenly King sect to be destroyed? The Moon Maiden's cold voice sounded. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over Sikong Zun's head. If the Moon Maiden was willing, none of the warriors below the Grotto Heaven realm would be able to survive. This was the terror of the Yin-Yang realm. You dare to massacre the sacred city, the Sage Emperor exclaimed. Why wouldn't I dare? If you dare to lay your hands on my people, I dare to massacre the sacred city. The Moon Maiden's words were cold, and there was no room for negotiation. Damn it, Sikong Zun, we can only rely on you. Do your best to capture Ling Xiao. Sikong Zun knew that it was meaningless to rely on their advantage in numbers. If they really pushed the Moon Maiden into a corner, she would definitely be willing to perish together with the sacred city. Don't worry, big brother. That kid can't escape from my grasp. Sikong Zun chuckled. Just now, he almost let Ling Xiao enter the Nine Cauldrons' illusory realm. At this moment, he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. Heavenly Yuan force gushed out. He actually set up a protective barrier at the entrance of the Nine Cauldrons' illusory realm. Although this protective barrier wasn't very strong, it was impossible for a Sky Realm warrior to break it. The Moon Maiden wanted to stop him, but she was stopped by the Sage Emperor and Sikong Zun. The three Yin-Yang Realm experts fought. Although they didn't use their full strength, the crazy energy fluctuations still made the entire sacred city tremble. This wasn't the first time Ling Xiao saw a battle between Yin-Yang Realm warriors. Therefore, he didn't enjoy it. Instead, he used his golden dragon wings and suddenly rushed towards the Nine Cauldrons' illusory realm. You want to leave? Not so easy. Sikong Zun didn't need to guard the entrance. He began to chase after Ling Xiao. Although he couldn't fly, his movement technique was also excellent. In this small space, he didn't lose to Ling Xiao. In an instant, he arrived near Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to fight with him. Although he was confident, Ling Xiao also knew his own limits. He could fight a Sky Realm warrior with a cultivation base below the Three Talents Heaven Realm. If they were stronger, he wouldn't be able to fight. If it was a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, he would definitely be defeated in one move. That was without a doubt. Unless his opponent made a mistake first, then he would still have a chance to launch a sneak attack. In the sky, there was a battle between three Yin-Yang Realm experts. On the other side, there were two figures constantly chasing after each other. The figure behind was obviously faster, but the guy in front was unusually cunning. Every time he was about to be caught, he would always be able to escape at the last moment. It was as if the cunning little fish was competing with the fisherman. However, this fish seemed to be playing with the old fisherman until he was dizzy. Chapter 8:51. Heavenly King Cauldron. Suddenly, Sikong Xian roared. A huge bronze cauldron flew out from his palm and covered Ling Xiao. After the bronze cauldron flew out, it grew bigger. In an instant, it was 7 to 8 meters tall. It could definitely cover Ling Xiao completely. I didn't expect Sikong Xian to take out the Heavenly King Sect's treasure just to catch Ling Xiao. It should be a divine grade treasure, right? Yes, it's a divine grade treasure. The Heavenly King Cauldron. Once trapped, it's impossible to escape. The Moon Lady in the distance also noticed the situation. Her expression changed drastically as she tried to save Ling Xiao. However, the Sage Emperor and Sikong Zun were not to be trifled with. They held her back. Even if she wanted to save Luo Binghe, she couldn't do it. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was caught, the Moon Lady would have to hold back. The battle would end immediately. Humph, that brat deserves it. In the crowd, Emo Wushang snorted. He had suffered too much at the hands of Ling Xiao today. Therefore, when he saw that Ling Xiao was in danger, he became excited. It's probably going to end soon. No matter how powerful the Moon Maiden is, she won't be able to protect Ling Xiao alone. The Bloodblade sect leader shook his head. No one knew if he was relieved or sighing. Clang! The sound of the cauldron falling to the ground could be heard, and Ling Xiao was trapped inside. Ha ha ha! To think that you would have such a day. I'm going to eat you alive. Sikong Xian laughed heartily as the bronze cauldron took control of Ling Xiao. Not long ago, he had been humiliated in the true devil-forbidden area. Just now, he was humiliated again here. He was actually tricked by Ling Xiao. He couldn't take it lying down. Therefore, the moment he caught Ling Xiao, he was ready to put away the bronze cauldron. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the sturdy bronze cauldron. What's that? The sharp-eyed chief judge saw a seven-colored light. It was a butterfly. When everyone saw the thing that had bitten the cauldron, they couldn't help but be stunned. It was a very beautiful butterfly. It was very small, but it was constantly eating away at the divine artifact. What was even more frightening was that Sikong Xian had been caught off guard and hit in the chest by a beam of light shot out by the butterfly. Ah! A miserable shriek came from Sikong Xian's mouth. His body was like a deflated balloon, flying around in a strange trajectory in the sky. It was as if he was completely out of control. The heavenly elemental energy in his body was also crazily leaking out. This sudden turn of events gave everyone a shock. This included the Moon Lady, the Holy Emperor, and Sikong Zun, who were fighting fiercely. They all stopped fighting and looked over. The Moon Maiden knew Ling Xiao very well, but she was still a little confused. As for the others, they were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes and jaws almost fell to the ground at the same time. What was going on? A dignified Grotto Heaven realm expert was actually sent flying by a martial artist who had just entered the celestial realm. No, it's not Ling Xiao. It's that butterfly. After all, there were still some clever people present. They quickly determined that it was the butterfly that had attacked Sikong Xian, and not Ling Xiao. Could this be a variant of Ling Xiao? *T. How could there be such a variant? This should be a trump card that he has never used. What kind of ferocious pet is this? The people present more or less understood Ling Xiao after watching the finals of the martial arts festival. This kid had so many trump cards that it was too much for the eyes to take in. Who knew what kind of incredible means this guy would suddenly use? Brat, what did you do? On the ground, Sikong Xian, who had finally regained control of his body, was as irritable as thunder. Just a single attack from the butterfly had caused his heavenly elemental energy to leak out crazily. His current strength was at most equivalent to the ninth heaven of the celestial realm. Although he was still much stronger than Ling Xiao, there was no longer an insurmountable gap between them. At the very least, it was impossible for him to kill Ling Xiao in one move. In addition, once bitten, twice shy. At this moment, he was extremely fearful and did not dare to approach Ling Xiao at all. He could only roar with a gloomy face. To be honest, Ling Xiao was also surprised. He originally thought that he was really in trouble this time. Who knew that the butterfly in the mountain river world would actually run out of its own accord and bite the monarch cauldron to pieces and even injure Sikong Xian? This was simply a huge surprise. He had allowed the little butterfly to stay in his mountain river world and serve it well. It could be said that he had done his utmost benevolence. This little thing probably came out to repay his kindness. What a strange little fellow. It's a pity that I still don't know what you are. I'll call you a butterfly, but how can there be such a powerful butterfly in the world? In any case, thank you very much. Ling Xiao stretched his limbs and allowed the little butterfly to land on his hand. Then he smiled at Sikong Xian and said, "Old thing, come again if you can. I want to see how much heavenly yuan energy you have left." Seeing that Ling Xiao was fine, the Moon Lady was naturally no longer worried. Instead, she attacked the Sage Emperor and Sikong Zun again. Previously, the two of them were holding her back. Now, she was holding them back to give Ling Xiao enough time to enter the Nine Cauldrons illusion. What the hell is that thing? Sikong Xian did not dare to approach Ling Xiao, and only roared, "Sikong Xian, you piece of trash. What's so scary about a little butterfly? Capture Ling Xiao, and that little thing should be useless." Zun roared in the middle of the battle. However, because of this roar, he was hit by the Moon Lady's palm, and his chest almost caved in. This was the result of being distracted while fighting against an expert. This Zun really didn't take the Moon Maiden seriously. However, it was nothing for an Yin-Yang realm expert to have his chest caved in. He would recover after a while, but it would consume his Yin-Yang jade. After reaching the Yin-Yang realm, the heavenly veins in one's body would turn into Yin-Yang jade. This was a good item that could bring a warrior back to life. However, every bit of Yin-Yang jade consumed would be a little less. It might even cause one's cultivation to regress. If he only had 30% of his Yin-Yang jade left, his life would be in danger. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, even a Yin-Yang realm warrior would not easily use Yin-Yang jade. However, Zun had no choice. Now that he was facing a powerful enemy, he could only rely on the Yin-Yang jade to recover. Brother Xian, don't be afraid. Just focus on Ling Xiao. Leave this little butterfly to me. The person who spoke was the imperial physician of the sacred dynasty's imperial family, Sun Shang, the heavenly lord of miraculous hands. Although heavenly sovereign miraculous hand Sun Shang had always been called a heavenly sovereign, in reality his cultivation had already broken through to the grotto heaven realm. After all, as the most powerful alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent, even if his cultivation aptitude was slightly inferior, he had an endless supply of elixirs, so he was still faster than the average person. All right. Although Zikong Xian did not understand why Sun Shang suddenly attacked, he was relieved that Sun Shang was here. Chapter 852. Little guy, after you finish eating this divine grade artifact, I promise to give you 10 more immortal grade artifacts so that you can eat your fill. Can you help me stop that Sun Shang? Sun Shang was already prepared to make a move. Novel, it didn't matter if the little butterfly came out or not. He would make a move when necessary. And now, because Sun Shang had his eyes on the little butterfly, he planned to make a move in advance. However, Ling Xiao believed that the little butterfly was definitely stronger than Sun Shang. That old guy dared to underestimate the little butterfly. He would definitely suffer a great loss. The little butterfly was overjoyed when it heard Ling Xiao's words. It seemed to like eating all kinds of divine weapons and treasures the most. 10 immortal grade artifacts were a delicacy to it. In addition, it had been residing in Ling Xiao's body, so it would be unreasonable if it didn't make a move. After all, it was just stopping one person. Whoosh! After a series of strange noises, under the shocked gazes of countless people, the small butterfly that was only slightly larger than a fingernail turned into a huge butterfly in the blink of an eye. When the butterfly spread its wings, it was more than 2 meters wide. With its enlarged body, a gentle flap of its wings could create a violent whirlwind. Flying in the air, one could clearly see the graceful body of the little butterfly between its wings. It wasn't an insect, but a beautiful woman with a graceful body and exquisite appearance. Don't be fooled by this beauty's appearance. With the completion of the transformation, an extremely terrifying and vigorous energy erupted from her body, forming an energy storm in the space around her, tearing apart countless air and elements. The beautiful woman flew in the air and looked down at Sun Shang on the ground. Her expression was extremely cute, but no one dared to underestimate her. Even Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect the little thing to become so big. Sister Moon Maiden wouldn't be angry, would she? He secretly glanced at the Moon Maiden. He found that the Moon Maiden seemed to have become more ferocious in battle. Damn, this is an Azura battlefield. Sister Moon Maiden is really angry. Sigh, I didn't know this little guy could become so big. Ling Xiao helplessly smiled bitterly. From the day he obtained this little butterfly, He had always felt that this little fellow would never grow up, so he didn't think too much about it. However, from the looks of it today, his thoughts seemed to be a little off. Ha ha, Sun Shang, aren't you afraid that your lifespan will be shortened by making a move on such a beauty? In the crowd, a judge laughed loudly and shouted. Sun Shang's old face reddened, but he had no intention of stopping. He even cursed disdainfully in his heart. Idiot, what do you know? You have no idea how valuable this thing is. As long as I can get my hands on it, not only will I become the #1 alchemist on the Heavenly Dragon continent, but I will also become the #1 alchemist in the entire profound world. Sikong Xian, do your best. Don't fail miserably. You're a Grotto Heaven realm expert. If you lose to a junior like Ling Xiao, your Heavenly King sect will be too ashamed to face others in the future. Many people were watching the show. At this time, it was time to mock Sikong Xian. Since they couldn't get the 2 dragon souls, they might as well take advantage of him with their words. Although these people's words were really unscrupulous, Sikong Xian knew in his heart that they weren't joking. Ling Xiao wasn't strong, but the problem was that he had too many trump cards. This time, a small butterfly had appeared. Who knew what kind of ghost would appear next time? Therefore, he had to be very careful. Ignoring the words of those people, Sikong Xian carefully walked towards Ling Xiao. In any case, as long as he kept an eye on Ling Xiao and didn't let this kid enter the 9 cauldrons illusory realm, his mission would be completed. As for other things, he couldn't care less, nor did he want to care. He didn't have the ability to care. On the other side, the heavenly sovereign of miraculous hands, Sun Shang, took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the butterfly girl in the sky. He looked very cautious. Rashly attacking an unfamiliar target was an unwise move in itself. Therefore, Sun Shang had to be careful. Even if it was for his own greed, he didn't want to lose his life. Sun Shang stretched out his 2 arms. His arms were wrapped with green heavenly origin energy, which then became like old tree bark. Don't look down on this thing just because you think it's ugly. Sun Shang had relied on this strange old tree bark to defeat many experts of a higher realm than him. Hee hee. In the sky, the butterfly girl let out a sweet laugh, as if she was a carefree little girl. To be honest, Ling Xiao felt a lot of guilt for letting such a little girl fight, let alone Sun Shang, who was fighting with her. However, the battle had already begun. Sun Shang wouldn't show mercy, nor did he dare to show mercy. 2 powerful auras spread out from the butterfly girl and Sun Shang. Although they couldn't compare to the auras of the 3 Yin-Yang realm experts, they were still sharp and oppressive. Many warriors with weaker cultivations even felt their bodies convulse. They were so frightened by this powerful aura that they foamed at the mouth. Before this, no one would have thought that just dealing with Ling Xiao would not only incur the wrath of the Moon Maiden, but also provoke the wrath of the Moon Maiden. He had even provoked this strange butterfly girl. Just how many more surprises could this kid bring them? Of course, it might be a surprise for the onlookers, but it was a little depressing for the people from the Heavenly King's Gate. Seeing that Sikong Xian didn't make a move, Ling Xiao suddenly sped up and rushed in the direction of the 9 cauldrons illusory realm. At this moment, among the warriors from the Heavenly King's Gate and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family, other than the head judge, the strongest was only at the Heaven realm. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. The little butterfly girl's appearance really helped him a lot. As long as the Moon Maiden defeated the Holy Emperor and Sikong Zun, this battle would end. He could also successfully enter the 9 cauldrons illusory realm and escape. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Ling Xiao had plenty of ways to escape the pursuit of these people. Where do you think you're going? Although Sikong Xian was afraid of Ling Xiao, seeing that Ling Xiao was about to escape into the 9 cauldrons illusory realm, he couldn't care less and chased after him. On the other side, the auras of the butterfly girl and Sun Shang had already risen to their limits. Their auras were terrifying, but they appeared extremely quiet. Ling Xiao knew that this was definitely the calm before the storm. The following battle might be more ferocious than he imagined. At a certain moment, one of the auras suddenly erupted. Sun Shang soared into the air, and two thick vines appeared in his hands. Terrifying energy condensed on the vines, making one wonder how terrifying its destructive power was. It tore through the sky as easily as tearing a piece of paper. At the same time, the butterfly girl also moved. The expression on her originally smiling face turned solemn. The two wings on her back flapped and suddenly erupted. The seven-colored light condensed into a beam of light that shot towards Sun Shang. Chapter 853. In the sky, two resplendent lights intersected and collided violently. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, a terrifying light that temporarily blinded them was produced. After that, a thunderous sound spread throughout the entire holy city, causing many timid cultivators to shudder involuntarily. Whether it was the butterfly lady or Sun Shang, they both seemed to be good at mid-range and long-range attacks. The green vines and the rainbow light collided repeatedly, causing explosions to ring out. Both sides wanted to attack the other first, but were blocked by the other party's tenacious defense. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. Usually, such warriors were afraid of being attacked because their defense was not strong. Sun Shang seemed to have noticed this as well, so a huge vine suddenly appeared behind him. The vine split into tens of thousands of thin vines that pierced towards the butterfly lady. The butterfly lady flapped her wings, and a huge protective wall that was identical to her wings completely blocked her behind. The vines constantly hit the protective wall, producing sounds like raindrops hitting the ground after a torrential downpour. Sun Shang was surprised to find that the butterfly lady had many defensive methods, especially that protective shield. It was amazing. He had used almost all his strength, but he was unable to completely shatter the protective shield. In terms of strength, the butterfly lady was probably not weaker than any Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, but she was severely lacking in experience. Seeing this, Sun Shang could not help but sneer. No matter how strong you are, if you lack experience, I have a way to deal with you. Bang! Suddenly, a huge spike shot out from the ground where the butterfly lady was. The spike was extremely fast as it pierced towards the butterfly lady. Furthermore, its position just happened to bypass the protective wall. What Sun Shang did not expect was that the butterfly lady did not panic in the slightest in the face of this sneak attack. She only shook her body, causing rainbow powder to fall. The powder was quite terrifying. When it stuck to the vines, it actually caused the vines to turn around and attack Sun Shang. Although its power would be greatly reduced, this kind of defensive method still shocked many people present. It could be seen that the butterfly lady was inexperienced, but she was not stupid. Her intelligence could make up for her lack of experience. She's really hard to deal with. Sun Shang frowned. The reason why he took action was naturally because this butterfly girl was worth capturing. Secondly, it was because he had judged the butterfly lady's current strength and felt that he could subdue her with his own ability. If that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. Sun Shang had never thought of himself as a martial artist. Sometimes martial artists had to abide by certain rules. For example, they had to try their best not to use special items like the Thunderbolt Fireball during battle. However, he had no such concerns. The reason why he didn't use it before was purely because he was afraid of killing the butterfly lady. After all, he wanted the butterfly lady alive, not a corpse. But now it was different. He sensed how powerful the butterfly lady was, and knew that even if he used that special method, he wouldn't be able to kill her. Therefore, he no longer had any misgivings. Boom! Sun Shang threw out an emerald green pellet, which then exploded near the butterfly lady's body. The terrifying impact sent the butterfly lady's body flying. The skin of the critical area that was hit by the explosion ruptured, and blood flowed out of the skin. It was a ghastly sight. Ah! A shrill scream came from the butterfly lady's mouth. The lively and cute little girl's eyes flickered with blood-red hatred. The figure that was sent flying suddenly stopped and pounced at Sun Shang at an unbelievable speed. The butterfly lady, who was originally only good at mid-range and long-range attacks, was now in close range. Even her appearance had a subtle change. She became more ferocious and even somewhat ferocious. Sharp nails grew on her hands. They were more than 3 inches long. It was obvious that they weren't simple. Sun Shang was stunned by the sudden change in the situation. He didn't have time to dodge because the opponent was simply too fast. Helpless, he could only erect countless vines to form a vine shield to protect him. He had poured almost all of his strength into this shield, all for the sake of blocking this brazen attack. However, in the next moment, the shield was directly smashed into pieces. The glittering nails enlarged in his eyes. Puchi! In the nick of time, Sun Shang managed to avoid being hit in his vitals, but his shoulder was directly pierced through. The bloody hole made people shudder. In the arena, countless people were dumbfounded. That was heavenly, venerable, miraculous hand Sun Shang. There weren't many people in the Grotto Heaven realm who could injure him, and there were even fewer who could trample on Sun Shang like that. However, things didn't end there. Sun Shang, who was pierced through, was sent flying by a terrifying force. He directly penetrated 4 or 5 walls of the palace, causing human-shaped holes to appear on the walls. Is this still the delicate butterfly lady from before? The warriors who were watching the show swallowed their saliva, finding it unbelievable. The contrast between before and after was a little too big. Bang! After a series of explosions, Sun Shang, who was covered in blood, darted out from behind the wall. His gaze turned completely cold, but he was horrified. Only then did he realize that he had completely underestimated this strange butterfly. In the beginning, he only thought of it as a little monster that lacked combat experience. He thought that it would be easy to capture it with his own means. However, he ended up in such a sorry state. He had to resort to even more vicious means. If bombing didn't work, he would use poison. In any case, as an alchemist, Sun Shang was more familiar with poisons. His strongest poison was something that even Yin-Yang realm warriors had to be wary of. If he were to use it on this butterfly girl today, he would be a little reluctant to do so. After all, the materials needed to refine such a poison were very difficult to find. He only had a small drop, and it would be gone once he used it. It was originally for self-defense, but the butterfly lady had completely infuriated him, making him want to kill her. He turned his head to look to the other side. Ling Xiao and Xikong Xian were still playing hide-and-seek. As time passed, Xikong Xian's speed became slower and slower, but Ling Xiao's speed didn't slow down. He would occasionally attack the protective wall at the entrance of the 9 Cauldrons illusion realm before quickly retreating. Xikong Xian couldn't do anything to him. Originally, Xikong Xian could still rely on his Grotto Heaven realm cultivation to forcefully increase his speed, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to escape. However, after being attacked by the butterfly lady, his strength was greatly reduced, and he temporarily fell to the Heaven realm. This advantage was basically gone. Chapter 854. Ling Xiao's golden dragon wings were something that no one in the Heaven realm could catch up to. Many people might be able to kill Ling Xiao with a single slap, but they wouldn't be able to catch up to him. This was the huge benefit of Ling Zhao's golden dragon wings that he had painstakingly cultivated. What a piece of trash! Sun Shang couldn't help but curse when he saw this. He wanted Sikong Xian to help him deal with the butterfly girl, but he didn't expect that guy to not even be able to deal with Ling Xiao. He could only rely on himself now. However, poisoning the butterfly girl was definitely not an easy task. If things went wrong, he might even be poisoned himself. There was no antidote for this poison. If he was really poisoned, he would probably die. What do you guys think? What's the background of this little butterfly girl? It seems to be even stronger than Sun Shang. Although it hasn't reached the Yin-Yang realm, it seems to have great potential. The warriors who were watching the show were bored and became interested in the butterfly girl. I think I've seen something similar in an ancient book, but it shouldn't be like this. After a careful comparison, there's still a huge difference. Where did Ling Xiao get such a treasure? How many fortuitous encounters did this guy have? Even the sect masters of the 12 sects could only shake their heads and smile bitterly. This Ling Xiao felt that his luck was much stronger than the Holy Sun's. It was no wonder that he could defeat the Holy Sun, Hai Miang-Ko, and become the champion of the martial arts festival. Just as the people below were discussing, the battle on the battlefield didn't stop. The Moon Lady's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. Not only could she completely suppress the Holy Emperor and Sikong Zun, but she also became stronger as the battle went on. This made Sikong Zun and the Holy Emperor feel a chill in their hearts. The reason they dared to attack Ling Xiao was that they didn't have to fear the Moon Lady if they worked together. They might as well kill the Moon Lady and get rid of a huge problem. However, the Moon Lady's strength was far beyond their expectations. Grand Holy Emperor, are you still not going to help? Do you want to see the foundation of the sacred dynasty destroyed in the hands of this woman? Shengdi's chest was hit by a palm strike, and his mind was shaken. He was really afraid of dying here, so he immediately asked the head judge for help. Humph, you guys brought this upon yourselves, so settle it yourselves. You want this old man to join hands with you to deal with a little girl? This old man feels ashamed. The head judge snorted coldly. Although he said that, he was still paying attention to the match. Even though he wouldn't team up with Shengdi and Sikong Zun to deal with the Moon Lady, he would definitely save Shengdi if he was in danger. After all, that was his heir and his own son. The Holy Emperor felt helpless. He could only use all his skills to block the Moon Lady's attacks with all his might along with Sikong Zun. Looking at Sun Shang's side, the Butterfly Lady's attack had begun again. Realizing that Sun Shang wasn't dead, the Butterfly Lady's eyes were still filled with rage. A rainbow-colored light flashed, and she approached him again. It seemed that they were no longer using mid-range and long-range attacks. Instead, they were madly engaging in close combat. Humph, I was just worried that you wouldn't come close to me. Sun Shang snorted coldly and retreated as he fought. As his hands danced, layers of vines and rocks appeared behind him to form a protective barrier. No one noticed that wisps of black gas were constantly emitting from the rocks. This old man had already started using poison. Not only could this method poison the Butterfly Lady, but it could also prevent him from being contaminated by the poison. It was truly brilliant. The Butterfly Lady was simply unstoppable. She broke through the layers of defenses, but she also inhaled the black, poisonous gas. She continued to approach Sun Shang, but there didn't seem to be any signs of being poisoned. This made Sun Shang very anxious. No effect. How is that possible? That's a highly toxic poison that even an Yin-Yang realm expert would be wary of. Could it be that this guy has poison resistance? Sun Shang was only focused on retreating. His mind was filled with thoughts about the Butterfly Lady. He didn't realize that he was getting closer and closer to the location where Ling Xiao and Xikong Xian were fighting. Suddenly, Ling Xiao moved. He didn't notice the poison, but he felt that this was a good opportunity. Xikong Xian couldn't catch up to him. Sun Shang was a problem. As long as he took Sun Shang as a hostage, the Holy Emperor and Xikong Zun would definitely hold back. The reason was simple. Although Sun Shang wasn't a relative of the royal family, he was still very useful to the sacred dynasty's royal family. Once they lost the strongest alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent, the strength of the sacred dynasty's royal family would definitely plummet. What did they have to contend with the 12 sects? How could they lead those sects? 5 swords appeared. Ling Xiao planned to use the move he used against Hai Myung KO, because that was his strongest attack so far. What is Ling Xiao trying to do? Does he think he can cause harm to a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist? Although Sun Shang didn't notice Ling Xiao, the spectating martial artists saw it very clearly. Ling Xiao made his move in front of everyone. If they couldn't see it, wouldn't they be blind? Almost everyone felt that Ling Xiao's actions were inexplicable. It was like a little lamb pouncing on a big bad wolf. He was simply sending himself to his death. Could it be that he thinks Sun Shang is fighting too hard, so he's deliberately sending himself to die? Someone even joked. Ling Xiao didn't care about these people's thoughts. He didn't have the time to care. If these people could see his actions, the Heavenly King's Gate naturally could too. Heavenly Venerable Son, be careful behind you. Someone from the Heavenly King's Gate had already warned Sun Shang. Ling Xiao had to seize the opportunity. In that instant, the heavenly elemental energy in his body rose to the maximum. In addition, after the battle with Hai Myung KO, he hadn't changed back to his 10th human dragon form. Therefore, this attack could be considered his strongest attack before he transformed into the ancient golden dragon form. As the heavenly elemental energy continued to condense, the heavenly elemental energy in the heavenly vein began to boil like magma in a volcano. The light brought about by the power of the 5 treasured swords also reached its peak in an instant. A huge 5-colored sword appeared in the void. Shadow Sword Art, Divine Retribution Sword. Stinking brat, I can't beat the butterfly lady, but do you think I'll be afraid of your attack? In fact, Sun Shang had already noticed Ling Xiao's actions, but he didn't care at all. He was even prepared to attack the moment Ling Xiao approached him and subdue Ling Xiao. The butterfly lady finally showed symptoms and coughed out a trace of black blood. Ha ha ha, little butterfly, you're dead for sure now. You've been poisoned by this old man's poison. You won't have the chance to be arrogant anymore. Sun Shang laughed ecstatically. With a wave of his hand, a vine shield appeared behind him. He felt that this casual defense would be enough to block Ling Xiao's attack. After all, he was Sun Shang, a top expert in the Grotto Heaven realm. Ling Xiao was just a warrior who had just entered the celestial realm. What harm could he do to him? Hearing that the butterfly lady had been poisoned, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. Due to anger, he even lost some of his rationality. He, who had been unwilling to transform into the ancient golden dragon form, instantly transformed into the ancient golden dragon form. Chapter 8, 55. Even though it was only the first form of the primordial golden dragon, the crazy energy seemed to suddenly erupt and leak out. The power of the primordial hell dragon and primordial natural dragon merged into this huge body. What is that? Everyone was stunned, including the 3 Yin-Yang realm experts who were fighting and Xikong Xian, who was chasing Ling Xiao. In the sky, a golden divine dragon that was dozens of feet long was circling in the air. In front of its huge mouth, a 5-colored divine sword was aimed at Sun Shang. Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. He originally thought that after entering the primordial golden dragon form, he would not be able to use this sword technique. Now, it seemed that something was wrong. The five-colored divine sword had merged with the dragon's roar and could attack at the same time. At this moment, Sun Shang was completely dumbfounded. The terrifying energy infused into the five-colored divine sword had completely exceeded his expectations. Sun Shang, go to hell! A thunderous roar came out of the golden dragon's mouth. A horrified expression appeared on Sun Shang's face. Even an Yin-Yang realm martial artist would not dare to be hit by such an attack without any defense. Moreover, he was only a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. The defense he had set up previously was useless. Therefore, this time, he was just standing there and letting Ling Xiao beat him up. The dragon's roar and the divine retribution sword came crashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. It was really like a divine punishment descending from the heavens. Golden Dragon's fury. Before the attack arrived, the ground had already shattered. The terrifying impact caused Sun Shang's face to distort. It was not that Sun Shang did not want to dodge or defend. However, it was too late. Under countless shocked gazes, the terrifying dragon's extinction and the five-colored divine sword pierced through Sun Shang's body. At that moment, all sound seemed to suddenly disappear. Silence. Terrifying silence. Boom. After the silence, an explosion finally sounded. Sun Shang knelt on the ground and looked like he was on his last breath. On the Heavenly King Sect's side, Hai Myung-Ko, who had already woken up, saw this scene and fainted again. She was furious. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? How could this be? This guy actually hid such a terrifying strength in his battle with her. Even a peak Grotto Heaven realm martial artist like Sun Shang could not withstand such a terrifying attack, let alone her. At the very least, Sun Shang was still alive. If it were her, she would definitely be dead by now. There might not even be a single trace of her left. What a terrifying fellow. The Qin Bishua licked her dry lips and lowered her proud head. To think that he had thought that he could be on par with Ling Xiao. In the face of such an attack, he was not even worth mentioning. He felt a little vexed, but there was nothing he could do. Ling Xiao is worthy of being called the Chosen One. But what's with this variant? Did he obtain another martial soul? Many people couldn't understand what was going on. Ling Xiao clearly possessed the ancient Hell Dragon and the ancient Nature Dragon martial soul. How could he transform into a golden, divine dragon after transforming? He had never heard of an immemorial golden dragon martial soul. Wasn't the Golden Dragon King missing? Finally, the terrifying rumbling stopped. Countless cracks had already appeared on the ground. This was not a martial arts stage, but real ground. It was actually cracked by the pressure of this attack. When the light dissipated, Sun Shang, kneeling on the ground, appeared in front of everyone. The guy who was usually high and mighty and looked down on all martial artists in the world as playthings was now like a dead dog. His entire body was charred black, and there was a large hole from his chest to his abdomen. It seemed that all his internal organs had been destroyed. Even Ling Xiao himself felt that this attack was inconceivable. Logically speaking, even if he entered the immemorial golden dragon form, it was impossible to cause such great damage. However, he knew what was going on. When he entered this form, the human king's aura in his body had decreased by 1 cauldron. This meant that the human king had helped him. It seemed that being the chosen one had some benefits. He could borrow a portion of the human king's power from the 9 cauldrons. This time, he used 1 cauldron, leaving him with 8 cauldrons. However, Ling Xiao felt that it was worth it to be able to severely injure Sun Shang. "Little guy, have mercy." Just as Ling Xiao was about to follow up with another attack and kill Sun Shang, one of the judges stepped forward. This old man once owed heavenly sovereign, miraculous hands a favor. I definitely can't let you kill him. This person was a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before transforming back into his human form and charging towards the butterfly lady. He needed to check on the butterfly lady's condition. Furthermore, it was unwise to provoke this Grotto Heaven realm judge, who was clearly unwilling to make a move. Kill him, kill him. Sun Shang still had a breath of life left. After all, this old man was an alchemist. He probably expected that he would end up like this. So his body structure was a little special. At this moment, he grabbed the judge and shouted with all his might. However, his voice couldn't be too loud. The intense pain coming from his body made him want to die. In front of all the upper echelons and genius disciples of the 12 sects, he was actually nearly killed by a 15-year-old brat. In the end, he still needed someone to save him. This was simply too embarrassing. Brother Sun, it's better to heal your injuries first. Otherwise, you will really die. The judge clearly had no intention of making a move. Although he owed Sun Shang a favor, saving Sun Shang's life was already extremely benevolent. How could he find trouble with Ling Xiao? Offending the moon lady wasn't fun. Furthermore, the butterfly lady wasn't easy to deal with. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to pay attention to this matter. He was carefully examining the butterfly lady's injuries. Little girl, are you all right? Ever since he obtained the butterfly lady, he treated her as his family. This was probably the most normal reaction for someone who had lost his family at a young age. Today, the butterfly lady had saved his life and helped him greatly. If the butterfly lady died, he would really go crazy. Don't cry. The butterfly lady's body was trembling. It was obvious that Sun Shang's poison had a terrifying effect on the butterfly lady, causing her body to deteriorate even faster. The little girl wiped away the tears at the corner of Ling Xiao's eyes and smiled. I won't cry, but you can't die. It had been a long time since Ling Xiao cried, so emotionally. At this moment, he looked like a real child. Sigh. Although I don't know how he almost killed Sun Shang. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The Villa Master of the Spiritual Medicine Manor sighed. That's right. Where did this kid get so many good things? First, it was the ancient hell dragon Martial Soul. Then, it was a peak Grotto Heaven realm pet. Now, it's the golden divine dragon variant. I'm starting to wonder if there's a huge organization secretly supporting him. The Bloodblade sect master muttered to himself. Chapter 8:56. In fact, there were many people who believed that Ling Xiao had the support of a powerful organization. The sect master of the Hemostasis Blade sect was definitely not the only one. This was because even if the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly King sect worked together, they could only obtain the ancient nature dragon Martial Soul for the Holy Sun, Haimyunkeo. Compared to Ling Xiao, the difference was like heaven and earth. Could it be that Yuehua school has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all this time? The sect master of the Snow Mountain sect frowned. That's impossible. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is pure idiocy. Don't forget how the Heavenly King sect bullied Yuehua school in the past. How many Yuehua school disciples died in the hands of the Heavenly King sect's disciples. The sect master of the Profound Fire sect shook his head. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. They really did not know what had allowed Ling Xiao to make such terrifying progress. Each of their sects had a powerful intelligence system. If Ling Xiao really had connections with a big organization, it was impossible for them not to know. Currently, the two organizations that Ling Xiao was closest to were the Yuehua School and the Divine Sword sect. If the Yuehua School was not good enough The Divine Sword sect was not as good as the Yuehua school. Mother, help him. Look at how sad he is crying. Perhaps it was because of Dai Yuling or because she admired Ling Xiao. Dai Yaoling actually begged her mother, "What's wrong? Is the little girl's heart rippling?" The Villa master of the spiritual medicine, Villa, the asterisk, asked with a smile, "What nonsense are you talking about, mother? I just feel that there are not many people who are as loyal as him in this day and age." Dai Yaoling shook her mother's arm and said, "Whether he is loyal or not, you will know soon." The asterisk, stood up and said loudly to Ling Xiao, "Little guy, do you want to save that little butterfly?" "Yes." Ling Xiao raised his head abruptly, wiped away his tears, and nodded. "It's actually not difficult to save her. Our spiritual medicine villa has already figured out the antidote for the poison that Sun Shang developed last year. It's just that you have to pay a price." Asterisk said, "Senior, please tell me. As long as I can save her, I'm willing to pay any price." Ling Xiao nodded heavily. "What if I ask you to give the natural dragon soul to the spiritual medicine villa?" Asterisk sneered. She had seen a lot of people like this. When they talked about it, they were moved by it, but when it came to asking them to pay the price, they were completely evasive. She wanted to show her daughter that Ling Xiao was just one of those people. "I'm willing." However, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed to her request. Asterisk was stunned. She asked in disbelief, "Are you sure you didn't hear wrongly? I want the natural dragon soul, not other martial spirits." "Of course you didn't hear wrong. It's a natural dragon soul. As long as Senior can save the butterfly girl, I'm willing to give it to you with both hands. I won't go back on my word." Ling Xiao said solemnly, "Okay, I've underestimated you. However, this price is only the reward for our spiritual medicine villa. In addition, you may be greatly affected. If you want to detoxify the poison, you will have to consume a lot of source energy. This will cause your cultivation to drop significantly. Even if it drops to the transcendent realm, are you still willing?" "Senior, there's no need to say these words. What's a drop in cultivation? Ling Xiao, was able to cultivate to this level in such a short time. Even if I were to do it again, it wouldn't take long." Ling Xiao interrupted S words. He just wanted to save the butterfly girl now. Everything else didn't matter. Her cultivation could still be improved, but the butterfly girl only had one life. "Okay, I'll help you." Finally stopped talking and jumped over to teach Ling Xiao how to detoxify the poison. After obtaining the detoxification method, Ling Xiao directly pulled out the natural dragon soul and gave it to "You're too anxious. Don't give it to me. Give it to your senior sister, Dai Yuling. I owe Dai Yuling too much, but she doesn't want anything I give her. Just give it to her as her junior brother." Smiled with a touch of helplessness in her eyes. "Don't worry about detoxifying. I'll protect you." As the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine Villa, this young and beautiful woman just wanted to make up for the mistakes she made when she was young. She knew that her daughter liked Ling Xiao, so protecting Ling Xiao from being ambushed was nothing to her. Ling Xiao could feel that his heavenly essence energy was constantly being consumed. This was something that had never happened before. However, the poison in the butterfly girl's body was constantly being expelled. This meant that the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine, Villa, wasn't lying to him. Thinking of this, he stopped letting his imagination run wild and started detoxifying the butterfly girl wholeheartedly. Sun Shang was also brought for treatment. In his current state, if he wasn't treated, he wouldn't be far from death. Sikong Xian stood there, not daring to move. He might have been able to exchange a few blows with the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine Villa before. But now that his cultivation had been greatly reduced, he was no match for her. As a result, there was a very strange situation. The Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family clearly said that they wanted to capture Ling Xiao, but no one dared to make a move. Moreover, the Sacred Emperor and the Heavenly King sect master, Sikong Zun, were being suppressed and were on the verge of defeat. Should we make a move? In the crowd, the flame deity looked at the palace lord of Jade Water Sacred Palace and asked, I know you have a grudge with that kid, but now isn't the time to discuss personal grudges. Don't ruin the Storm Legion's plan. The palace lord of Jade Water Sacred Palace reminded. Although the flame deity was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. In terms of strength, he wasn't as strong as the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine Villa. Without the help of the Palace Lord of Jade Water's Sacred Palace, he would be courting death. Boom. At this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. The two figures quickly crashed into the ground, and both of them were defeated. In the sky, the godlike moon lady looked down at the Sacred Emperor and Sikong Zun on the ground with indifference and disdain. Damn it, how is this woman so strong? The Sacred Emperor clutched his chest and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Sikong Zun's condition was much better than his, but there were many injuries on his body. She's an old monster from 100,000 years ago. We're no match for her. It's a pity that the Grand Holy Emperor isn't willing to help. Otherwise, it's possible to take her down. That old thing is really senile. The Sacred Emperor was so angry that he didn't choose his words carefully. Sister Moon Lady, let's go. As the battle ended, Ling Xiao's detoxification was also completed. The little butterfly returned to sleep in the Mountain River world. As the Villa Lord of Spiritual Medicine Villa had said, Ling Xiao's cultivation had dropped to the transcendent realm 9th layer. He wasn't even a heaven vein cultivator anymore. However, he was still a little special because once a heaven vein was formed, it wouldn't revert back to its original state. So, he still produced heaven origin energy in his body. A transcendent realm 9th layer transcendent realm cultivator with heaven origin energy was something that had never happened before. Chapter 8:57. Let's go. The Moon Maiden smashed Sikong Xian's barrier to the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm with a punch before leaving the sacred city. Ling Xiao stepped into the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm. As long as he entered, the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty's royal family would not be able to do anything to him. After Ling Xiao entered the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm, the black hole did not disappear. However, no one was able to enter as they stared blankly at it. Come, surround this place. Don't give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. He will stay here for the rest of his life. The Sacred Emperor was furious as he gave an order. Immediately, someone responded and carried out the order. Ling Xiao naturally did not know what was happening outside. At this moment, he had already entered the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm. The moment Ling Xiao entered the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm, he could clearly feel a very strange change. There seemed to be countless chaotic spaces around him, and these spaces were mixed together, forming countless chaotic mixed spaces. The creatures and plants inside seemed to be randomly pieced together, giving off a very disharmonious feeling. What exactly is going on? What is the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm trying to tell me? Ling Xiao was a little confused. After all, it was his first time here, and he was completely unfamiliar with the situation here. Don't just look at the outside world. You have to look at your own heart. A voice rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Human King? You don't have to look for me. This nine cauldrons illusory realm only has a remnant of my consciousness. Everyone who enters the nine cauldrons illusory realm sees different things. What you see is related to your own body. Don't be lost in this chaotic environment. You have to look at your own body. Perhaps you can find the answer. My own body. Ling Xiao frowned. The nine cauldrons illusory realm should be a place to increase one's cultivation. Seeing such a chaotic environment here, could it be that his cultivation was also extremely chaotic? Chaotic? Yes, it must be so. Ling Xiao had always felt that he had not grasped the true essence of the mountain river martial soul, and was walking on a path that deviated from the core. However, he was completely unclear as to what was going on. Senior, do you think that I have learned too many things? The only thing that I have not truly used the most powerful mountain river martial soul? Ling Xiao asked. The human king did not answer his question, but the chaotic scene had disappeared, and in its place was a vast and empty field. Nine cauldrons fate chi, floating above the nine cauldrons fate, was exactly the same as Ling's fate nine cauldrons. S doozes, it's if you be willing to give up. Is, they exist to let's. Their purpose is exist goes. Them exist twos. S2. Exist, exists, bees they art is, S's is, exist, to, exist, existence, exists, is, on, existence, is, to, S. Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. It's true that the mountain river martial spirit can contain everything, but in the initial stage, if you use too many things, it will lead to the mountain river martial spirit not being able to make full use of it. My opinion is very simple. Temporarily give up on all martial arts other than the secret soul arts, including your hell dragon soul and sword demon martial spirit. Do I have to give up the eye of the world? That's not necessary. Your eye of the world is the door to the mountain river martial soul. It is the best means to release the power of the mountain river martial soul. Its existence can hide the existence of the mountain river martial soul, which is beneficial to you. Hearing this, Ling Xiao fell silent. Heavenly Pulse Sword Art, Shadow Sword Art, 12 Golden Lotus Arts, Hell Dragon Soul, Yigushin Martial Soul, and so on. It would not be easy for him to give up all of them. After all, those things were the means of attack that had accompanied him all the way and even helped him advance to the celestial realm. Although his cultivation had now fallen to the transcendent realm 9th layer, it was really painful to give up these things. You can choose for yourself. You can get the method to use the 9 cauldrons of the mountain and river martial spirit, or you can improve your cultivation back to the celestial realm. I won't force you. After all, you are the real chosen one. What I can do is to make you stronger. Although the human king's words were very relaxed, Ling Xiao could not help but smile bitterly. Return to the heaven realm? Of course, he wanted to, but it was not difficult. There was no need to rely on the power of the 9 cauldrons illusion. Have the correct method to use the mountain river martial soul. That was possible, but to give up other things was really uncomfortable. Perhaps it will be easier for you to accept this. These things are only temporarily abandoned. When you master all the basic practical methods of using the mountain river martial soul in the 9 cauldrons, you can pick them up again. However, you may not be interested in these things in the future. I choose the correct method to use the mountain river martial soul. Ling Xiao thought for a while and made a decision. He also felt that in order to increase his strength, he had learned too many things over the past year, which had affected the practical use of the mountain river martial soul. He did not regret this, because these things had helped him cut through the thorns all the way to where he was now. Without them, Ling Xiao, would not have been able to achieve what he had today. As a young man without anyone to guide him, taking a few detours on the road of cultivation was not a shameful thing. It was not too late to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. He had decided. Good. Then let me lend you a hand. After receiving an affirmative answer from Ling Xiao, the human king's phantom suddenly appeared and tapped on Ling Xiao's forehead. In that instant, Ling Xiao noticed that a huge vortex had appeared in his mountain river world. Like a black hole, it sucked in the heavenly pulse chi sword, shadow transformation sword art, held dragon soul, 12 golden lotus arts, book of seals, and so on. Then, a huge seal word appeared above the black hole. At the same time, Ling Xiao's heavenly pulse also changed. The original lotus became 9 cauldrons. It was indeed still a heavenly pulse, but there were 9 of them, which made Ling Xiao feel very strange. These things can only be unsealed after you finish cultivating the practical method of the mountain river martial soul in the 9 cauldrons. I hope you don't regret it. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's my own choice. I will bear it myself. I will definitely not regret it. Ling Xiao nodded heavily. The development of the matter did not end there. The mountain river martial soul returned to a chaotic and desolate place, like a pitch-black universe, without anything. However, the eye of the world still existed, but it was dim. In addition, there were 9 huge bronze cauldrons floating in the empty universe. On each bronze cauldron, there was a number clearly indicating the order. Then, let's start with the first bronze cauldron. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and opened the first bronze cauldron. Chapter 858. A resplendent light instantly shone out, covering the entire world. The originally pitch-black world of mountains and rivers became bright. This is the first step to creating the mountain river world, to have sunlight. The human king's voice sounded again. Ling Xiao saw something that looked like a sun floating in the sky of this world. However, this sun was crescent-shaped and looked very strange. The first cauldron represents the inheritance of light. It is also a necessary step for the mountain river world to turn from chaos to light. Comprehend it well. When the scarlet sun becomes completely round, your inheritance of light will be fully mature. At that time, you can open the second cauldron. The human king was truly thoughtful, leaving all the information to Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao respect and admire this mysterious sage even more. The scarlet sun needs to go through 15 steps to become round. In each step, you will gain something. You can slowly comprehend it. I have also completed my mission. It is time for me to return to the side of the human king. When the voice rang out, he had already left. Ling Xiao realized that at this moment, he had really lost a lot, including the special abilities that he had obtained from the mountain river martial spirit. Only the analysis ability was fused with the eyes of the world and became even more powerful. This was an unexpected gain. It was a pity that his martial soul avatar was gone. Although the existence of this martial soul avatar didn't become his greatest fighting strength, it still helped him a lot. I really have to start everything from scratch. Fortunately, I haven't lost my ability to analyze and practice, so I'm not afraid. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and began to meditate on the cauldron of light. In the first stage of the cauldron of light, not only could he comprehend the power of light and shadow and apply it to any martial arts, he would also be given a free set of sword techniques that could be combined with the power of light and shadow. This was a brand new sword art, light shadow sword art. Light and shadow were 2 inseparable existences. Only when there is light can there be a shadow, and only when there is a shadow can the existence of light be revealed. The light shadow sword technique didn't have any sword moves, only sword intent. The sword moves could be changed according to one's needs, and could even be combined with other sword techniques. This sword technique is divided into 7 levels. The first level, basic level, allows one to comprehend the Scarlet Yang Force and Shadow Force. Level 1, elementary mastery. The sword technique had the power of the red sun, and it formed the Shadow Sword. The Shadow Sword was hidden under the sword chi, and could harm people without being noticed. It was simply impossible to guard against. The first layer, success. The sword art could draw upon the power of the red sun, using both light and heat at the same time. The power would be greatly increased. Under the cultivation level of the heaven tier, there would be no opponent. Level 1, great mastery. When the sword chi is used, the power of light and shadow can be unleashed to an even higher degree. Within the range of its power, it can cause the opponent to convulse due to the blazing heat. It can even cause the opponent to show signs of melting. Furthermore, the power of the Shadow Sword will continue to increase. Level 1, Pinnacle. Using the sword to trigger the Scarlet Sun, Heavenly Retribution, Shadow Demon's Descent. The might of the sword would reach a new height, and its destructive power would be even more terrifying. The first level perfection could condense the Great Yang and Great Yin swords of light. With the treasured sword as the foundation and the power of light and shadow as the support, not only was it powerful, but it could also improve the cultivator's various abilities. The first level, stage of the transformative stage, had different effects depending on the person. Although it's a free sword technique, its power is not bad. Since I don't have any other martial techniques, I can try to cultivate it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. Sensing the energy within the 9 cauldrons illusion, he began to cultivate the light shadow sword technique. With the passage of time, his light inheritance improved by leaps and bounds. The light shadow sword technique improved by leaps and bounds. Now that he thought about it, this was all thanks to the mixed martial arts that he had cultivated in the past. It was precisely because he had come into contact with so many martial arts that he understood so many things. When he was cultivating the light shadow sword technique, a reference object would very quickly appear in his mind, allowing him to easily comprehend it. The first layer of the light shadow sword technique was successfully cultivated. The second layer was successfully cultivated. The shadow sword was something that could not be seen with the naked eye. Only Ling Xiao could sense it. He did not have any light attribute weapons, so he could only temporarily make do with the purple lightning sword. It was also fortunate that these weapons were not sealed. Otherwise, he really would not know what to do. He did not plan to throw away these swords. He always had a feeling that within the 9 cauldrons there was definitely something related to the celestial phenomenon. If there was no celestial phenomenon in a world, how strange would that be? Therefore, these treasured swords were still useful. Moreover, they had been upgraded to the immortal grade, so they could not be thrown away casually. After leaving here, I have to think of a way to get a light attribute treasure sword. Although the attributes are not compatible, although I can still use the light shadow sword technique, it is still not the best. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. According to the rules, Ling Xiao could only stay in the 9 cauldrons illusory realm for a maximum of 18 hours. He definitely could not afford to waste any time. Now that an hour had passed, he had to make the best use of his time and try his best to cultivate the light shadow sword technique to a higher level. In terms of moves, he was not worried. There were many different kinds of sword techniques in the outside world. As long as he could find one that was compatible with the light shadow sword technique, it would be fine. At this time, outside the 9 cauldrons illusion, the Moon Maiden had already disappeared. The people of the 12 sects were still discussing some matters to clean up the mess after the battle. The sage emperor even planned to bestow the title of heaven's chosen son to the holy son. Because of this matter, they were arguing with several judges. After an hour, the scene was almost cleaned up, but they still could not reach a satisfactory conclusion. However, at this time, a fiery dragon horse came from the horizon. This was a fiery dragon horse that only the royal family of the sacred dynasty was qualified to own. The rider of this fiery dragon horse was the eldest son of the sage emperor, who was now the general of the border. He was usually not in the sacred city, and was basically fighting the blue-eyed race and the barbarian race outside. He could be considered a brave warrior. Mingfeng, why are you back? The sage emperor was surprised to see Ji Mingfeng. Your Majesty, something big has happened. For Ji Mingfeng to say this, it was definitely not a simple matter. What is it that made you violate the agreement between us father and son? The sage emperor was displeased. Although Ji Mingfeng was his eldest son, he was born of a concubine and did not even know who his mother was. Therefore, the sage emperor did not want him to stay in the sacred city and arranged for him to fight outside. In fact, Ji Mingfeng was very strong. He was only in his 40s and was already a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. His talent was not inferior to the holy sons. It was a pity that he did not have a good mother. A month ago, the blue-eyed race launched a brazen attack on the barbarian race. In just 3 days, they annexed all of the barbarian race's territory and captured the barbarian king alive. Ji Mingfeng did not explain anything. He just reported in detail what he had to report. What? Hearing this, not only was the sage emperor shocked, but also the upper echelons of the 12 sects. Of course, there were also people who secretly laughed, but did not laugh out loud. Obviously, someone must have known that the blue-eyed race had attacked the barbarian race. Chapter 859. How could the barbarian race lose so easily? The barbarian king is an yin-yang realm expert who is not inferior to the holy emperor. The leaders of his 9 tribes are also experts of the Tao Insight realm. All this time, the blue-eyed race has never taken advantage of them. What is going on now? The holy emperor asked loudly. Novel, this was also a common problem for the others. It was impossible for the blue-eyed race to be so powerful. Of course, more importantly, the blue-eyed race had destroyed the barbarian race. On the Tianlong continent, the only opponent was the sacred dynasty. The next target to attack was naturally the sacred dynasty. How could the decadent sacred dynasty resist the attack of the blue-eyed race? Would the 12 sects face the same tragedy as when they faced the true demon empire in the past? Your Majesty, I am not very clear about the specific situation, but there is a theory that the blue-eyed race seems to respect the yin-yang demon king of the true demon empire. In this war, instead of the blue-eyed race attacking the barbarian race, it would be better for the true demon empire to rise from the ashes. Ji Mingfeng's words once again caused the crowd to be shocked. The shadow of the true demon empire had always been an indelible fear of the sacred dynasty. Who would have thought that after tens of thousands of years, the true demon empire would appear again? If this is the case, it will be troublesome. If the barbarian race is destroyed or subdued, it will be a great threat to our sacred dynasty. That's right, the true demon empire is ambitious. How could they let go of our sacred dynasty? But although our 12 sects are stronger than the 9 tribes of the barbarian race, we are not much stronger. Can we really resist the attack of the blue-eyed race? Why don't we just surrender? Anyway, there is nothing wrong with being ruled by the true demon empire. What a bunch of nonsense. Back then, the true demonic empire adopted a policy of extermination against the holy dynasty. Unless they were willing to be their slaves, they would all be killed. Could it be that you want humans to become the slaves of the true demonic empire? The Holy Emperor seemed to have forgotten the hatred between him and Ling Xiao at this time. After all, national enmity was greater than family hatred. What's more, one Ling Xiao could not destroy his rule, but the true demon empire could definitely destroy everything. He knew what was more important, and what was more important. Saint Emperor is right, but with our strength, how can we resist the invasion of the true devil empire? Could it be that we need to ask for help from the divine Phoenix continent? You don't need to go anywhere. Today, this is the place where you will decide your life and death. At this moment, the palace master of the Jadewater Divine Palace stood up. Her originally pretty face was now one yin and one yang, one male and one female. Not only that, the terrifying aura spread out, enveloping the entire battle arena. It was extremely terrifying. She was actually an yin-yang realm expert. Her aura was no weaker than the Moon Maidens. You are not the palace master of the Jadewater Divine Palace. The Saint Emperor shouted. Who are you? Who am I? I'm the yin-yang demon king you're looking for. Ha ha ha. The woman sneered, a mocking smile on her face. Now, I'll give all of you a chance. Join the true devil empire, or die here. The cold voice was very strange. It was as if a man and a woman were speaking at the same time. It sounded very strange. Humph, do you think you can destroy our sacred dynasty all by yourself? The Grand Holy Emperor snorted and stood up. Although the yin-yang demon king was an yin-yang realm expert, the sacred dynasty had a total of 4 yin-yang realm experts. Although the Moon Maiden wasn't here, the Grand Holy Emperor, the Saint Emperor, and the Sikong Zun could definitely compete with the yin-yang demon king if they worked together. I alone am enough. However, I have brought some helpers with me. I can't let you die in such a pitiful manner. The yin-yang demon king smiled, and a huge yin-yang diagram appeared behind him. The diagram opened, and martial artists rushed out from it. Most of them were Sky Realm martial artists, and a few of them were Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. In the current Heavenly Dragon continent, yin-yang realm martial artists belonged to the extreme. There were only a few of them. There were also very few Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, only about 20 or so. However, the yin-yang demon king had brought a total of 7 or 8 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists with him, as well as dozens of Heaven Realm martial artists. This was a display of his powerful force. The martial artists who walked out of the yin-yang diagram were not only experts from the Blue Eyes clan, the Ninja clan, and the Barbarian clan, but also experts from the Sea clan. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. The true Devil Emperor is a member of the Sea clan that came from the Deep Sea. If that's the case, the Storm Legion's news is also true. Damn it! The sacred dynasty had fallen to such a state. This made people sigh. Even when the true Devil Empire was at its peak, they didn't dare to casually come to the sacred city. However, a mere yin-yang demon king had come to the sacred city and seemed to want to slaughter all the upper echelons and genius disciples of the 12 sects. What are you afraid of? With the strength of our sacred dynasty and the 12 sects, they are no match for us. The highest holy emperor shouted. Many people were scared out of their wits. When they heard the highest holy emperor's words, they calmed down and carefully analyzed the current situation. Although the opponent was very strong, the experts of the 12 sects were basically here. It was absolutely impossible to lose to the opponent. Ha 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 ha. The yin-yang demon king let out a crazy laugh. What a bunch of idiots. Since this king has appeared here, I naturally have a reason to win. If you want to listen to this old man, then listen, but I will only give you one last chance to choose. Submit or die. Among the crowd, there were obviously people with weak willpower who had already decided to surrender. However, They were afraid of being executed as traitors, so they didn't dare to speak up for the time being. However, most people still had no intention of surrendering. Among the 12 sects, there were still many people with integrity, regardless of their character. The Blue Eyes clan is led by the Yin Yang Demon King. As long as we join forces to destroy this guy today, defeating the Blue Eyes clan, the Barbarian clan, and the Ninja clan will be easy. This is a good opportunity to create a great cause. Yes, the opponent has fewer people than us, and their strength is also inferior to us. What are you afraid of? If they dare to come, then they won't be able to return. Kill. Fight. In just a moment, the higher-ups of the 12 sects reached a consensus. It was definitely better to be a tyrant than to be a dog. In fact, the difficulty of this multiple-choice question was too simple. At the Holy Emperor's command, the higher-ups of the 12 sects gathered together and prepared to attack the Yin Yang Demon King and the others, completely trapping them here. A bunch of idiots. This king has given you a chance. Sikong Zun, are you still not going to attack? Attack! Under everyone's stunned and puzzled gaze, Sikong Zun punched through the Holy Emperor's chest. The Holy Emperor was seriously injured on the spot and almost died. Chapter 860. It wasn't just Sikong Zun. Most of the upper echelons of the Heavenly King sect took action at the same time, plotting against the upper echelons of the other sects nearby. Even the spies that had been planted in the various sects turned on them at this moment. For a moment, screams rang out one after another. Those who fell to the ground were all important figures. Chaos. Complete chaos. The internal chaos was even more terrifying than the external attacks. For a moment, everyone was in danger. The originally united scene completely collapsed in an instant. Sikong Zun, you bastard. Do you know what you're doing? The Holy Emperor's life was in danger, but he was an Yin Yang realm expert, after all. He wouldn't die in a short period of time. He never dreamed that his most trusted right-hand man, his most trusted friend, would be a lackey of the sea race. Of course I know what I'm doing. Sikong Zun's cold voice rang out in the void. Then his body began to change rapidly. Lightning flashed around him, making him look like a demon god. This king is the Lightning Demon King under the former true demon emperor. Shouldn't this prince kill you? You can only blame yourself for being an idiot. After so many years, you still don't know that the Heavenly King sect is just a chess piece that the sea race planted in the sacred dynasty. The Heavenly King sect of the past has long been emptied by us. As he spoke, Sikong Zun raised his hands. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Those sacred dynasty warriors who hadn't been killed by the spies were all struck by the lightning. Their bodies turned into charcoal. The remaining warriors were also slaughtered by the experts brought by the Yin Yang Demon King. The once flourishing holy city had now become a purgatory on earth. Slaughter everyone in Holy City. This king wants to let the humans know that the sea race has returned. The entire Sky Dragon continent will belong to the sea race. Ha 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 ha. The Yin Yang Demon King laughed wantonly. They had been planning this for a long time. It was a pity that the Plague Demon King and the Evil Beast Demon King had been killed. This was unexpected. Otherwise, today's plan would have been much easier. Outside, a crazy massacre was taking place. Inside the Nine Cauldrons fantasy realm, Ling Xiao was still wholeheartedly practicing the Cauldron of Light martial arts. The profound meaning of light and shadow was simply too profound. It was impossible for him to fully comprehend it within a short period of time. However, the cultivation of the light-shadow sword technique was rather easy. 4 hours later, Ling Xiao's light-shadow sword technique had already reached the 4th level of greater mastery. However, the further he progressed, the slower his speed became. According to his estimation, he should be able to reach the 6th level of the light shadow sword technique in 18 hours. As for the 7th level of the transcendent stage, it was not something that could be comprehended in a short period of time. However, being able to cultivate to the great perfection realm was already enough. At this time, his cultivation had made another breakthrough, and he had become a heaven pulse martial artist. However, he was still in the embryonic stage. However, as long as there was an improvement, it was very likely that he would be able to recover his original cultivation. He was in no hurry. After another 6 hours, a layer of dazzling light appeared around Ling Zhao's body. This layer of light seemed to be enveloped by a scarlet sun, constantly burning with terrifying flames. I have finally succeeded in cultivating the first step of the profound meaning of light. Seeing this layer of light, Ling Zhao could not help but exhale a mouthful of turbid air. This layer of light was called the Scarlet Sun Feather Coat. Not only could it provide Ling Zhao with a strong defense that was far superior to the previous dragon scale armor, but it could also completely incinerate any object or energy that approached Ling Zhao. The success of cultivating the Scarlet Sun Feather Coat meant that the first step of the Cauldron of Light had been completed. There were still 14 steps left. In addition, the Light Shadow Sword technique had also been cultivated to the 6th level of greater mastery, which was much faster than he had imagined. Buzz, buzz. After 2 strange sounds, Ling Zhao had 2 strange long swords in his hands. One was pure black, and the other was pure white. The black one was the Tai Yin sword, and the white one was the Tai Yang sword. These were 2 energy swords that were formed purely by the power of light and shadow. Let's test their power first. At this thought, Ling Zhao stabbed at a huge rock in the distance. The sword aura of the Tai Yang sword hit the huge rock, and the huge rock melted instantly. The scene was extremely strange. The sword aura of the Tai Yin sword hit another huge rock. The huge rock did not seem to have any changes, but with a gentle breeze, the huge rock turned into fine powder instantly. And this was merely an energy sword. If it was condensed with a deity-grade precious weapon as the foundation, the power would only be greater. My cultivation has also recovered to the growth stage of a heaven pulse martial artist. It seems that there should be no problem. Ling Zhao smiled. During this period of time, he did not deliberately increase his cultivation, nor did he use any elixirs. He only cultivated the ultimacy of light, and his cultivation had already improved so quickly. The recovery of his cultivation was much faster than other people's cultivation. In addition, Ling Zhao also discovered a secret. Inside the human king's cauldron of light was the inheritance of light. However, Ling Zhao comprehended 2 ultimacies from it, the ultimacy of light and the ultimacy of shadow. He was now focusing on the ultimacy of light, but his ultimacy of shadow had also improved at the same time. After completing the first step of the ultimacy of light, he obtained the Scarlet Sun Feather Coat. After completing the first step of the ultimacy of shadow, he obtained the Shadow Armor. The Shadow Armor did not have any offensive or defensive effects, but it could hide Ling Zhao's body. This was similar to the Shadow Martial Soul that Ling Zhao used to have. However, the Shadow Martial Soul could only be used by himself, while the Shadow Armor could cover others. However, it could only be used after his cultivation had increased. With Ling Zhao's current level, he could only bring 1 more person with him, at most. There are still 8 hours left. I'll cultivate for a while more. I'll strive to reach the 7th level of the transformative realm of light shadow sword technique, and see what effect it will have. After calculating the time, Ling Zhao closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. However, this time, he could not be at ease. He felt that something had happened. He checked on the butterfly, that was lying quietly in his beast ring. It was sleeping very soundly, and there were no abnormalities. Could it be that something had happened outside? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao opened his eye of the world. Everything outside the 9 cauldrons illusory realm was immediately reflected in the mountain river world, as if it was a projection. How could it be? Ling Xiao was stunned the moment he saw the projection. Although he did not like the royal family of the sacred dynasty and had no feelings for the other sex, he still broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the bloody scene. The hair-raising feeling made his hair stand on end. At this time, the sacred city had become a ruin. There were corpses and broken limbs everywhere. Regardless of whether they were warriors or ordinary people, most of them had died tragically. There were still battles going on near the martial arts arena. The warriors of the sacred dynasty, led by the Grand Holy Emperor, had been compressed into a group of only a few hundred people. One had to know that there were tens of thousands of warriors who came to the sacred dynasty this time, and there were tens of millions of people in the sacred city. There were only so few people left. No wonder the river outside the sacred city was dyed red, and the ground was also blood red. Chapter 861. The afterglow of the setting sun was so terrifying. It was definitely hell on earth. The Holy Emperor was on the verge of death. His son, Ji Mingfeng, carried him on his back and fought desperately. However, more and more wounds appeared on his body. The Holy Emperor was a grotto heaven realm powerhouse. In Ling Xiao's eyes, he was invincible below the Yin-Yang realm. However, he was in such a sorry state. The Holy Emperor was being suppressed by the Yin-Yang Demon King. He had no choice but to sacrifice his lifespan to increase his combat strength. Only then could he fight to a standstill. The sect master of the Crimson Blade sect had died in battle. The sect master of the Snow Mountain sect had also died in battle. They looked like they had been ambushed and died in a cowardly manner. The Villa master of the spiritual medicine, Villa, was covered in wounds. He was struggling to hold on. More than half of the genius disciples who participated in the martial arts festival had died. The rest were from the top 20 geniuses. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that Mo Wushang, Dao Wuming, and Qin Bishua had joined the Oceanic tribe and were killing the sacred dynasty's martial artists with Bai Qianjiao and Hong Li. The Holy Sun, Haim Myung KOS performance impressed Ling Xiao. This girl was arrogant and vicious. However, she was not muddle-headed in the face of major issues. Although she was injured, she still fought to the death with her injured body. It seemed that the Holy Emperor's choice of her to be the Holy Sun was not unreasonable. Lu Taiyin and Hong Sanmei were still alive. However, they were also covered in wounds and looked like they were having a hard time. 2 of the 10 Grotto Heaven realm referees had died in battle. They had been killed by the Sikong Zun. The others were still resisting the Sikong Zun's crazy attacks. They were in imminent danger. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao could not hold it in any longer. Although the people outside had nothing to do with him, he was born and raised in the sacred dynasty. How could the sacred dynasty escape unscathed? If the sacred dynasty was really destroyed, he would have to live a life of running for his life forever. Let him be the Oceanic tribe's dog. He could not do that. Therefore, he had to think of a way. The Moon Lady should have returned to Yuehua School by now. She definitely wouldn't be able to help. Only he could think of a solution. Especially at times like this, he needed to remain calm. Ling Xiao took a deep breath as various methods flashed through his mind. Got it. Ling Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. He had originally planned to escape with the Grand Supreme Holy Emperor and the others. However, from the looks of it, there was no need for that. With the 9 cauldrons illusion, he could even chase away the Yin-Yang Demon King and the others or even severely injure them. This was something left behind by a sovereign personage. Its might could be imagined. He had only absorbed 10 hours of energy during his cultivation, so there were still 8 hours left. Therefore, the power of the 9 cauldrons illusion was still very strong. He didn't know how big it was, but he would know when he tried it. Does the heavens want our sacred dynasty to perish? As his strength continued to decline, the Grand Supreme Holy Emperor's heart was filled with sorrow. He had already used all his strength, but he still couldn't defeat the Yin-Yang Demon King. At this moment, he was truly powerless. Another of the 10 Grotto Heaven realm referees had died, leaving only 7. Moreover, as the number of referees decreased, the gap between them and the Sikong Zun grew larger and larger. If they continued, they would undoubtedly die. They felt helpless, but they didn't think of escaping. If they left, those young people would really die. They were the hope of the sacred dynasty. Moreover, even if they wanted to escape now, they couldn't. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, I'll give you a chance. Join the Oceanic tribe like us, and you might even become the Holy Emperor immediately. Mo Wushang looked at the Holy Sun, who had been knocked to the ground and was no longer able to fight back. A look of pity appeared on his face. That's right. As long as you're willing, we can immediately support you to become the new Holy Emperor. The Sikong Zun laughed. I'm also your master. Why would I harm you? But don't be stubborn. Bah! Although I've done many wrong things, I'm not stupid. Even if I die, I'll never become the Oceanic tribe's dog. Hai Myung-keo was also distressed. She didn't expect such a young Fang Hua to die in such a cowardly manner. Of course, she didn't want to die, but she also didn't want to betray the sacred dynasty. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Mo Wushang snorted. The Holy Sun had always been suppressing him in the heavenly king gate. It was impossible for him to not have any resentment towards the Holy Sun. Right now, he was taking advantage of this opportunity to end his inner demons. You may know a person for a long time, but not his heart. If it's him, he definitely won't betray the sacred dynasty. Before the Holy Sun died, a figure flashed through his mind. Are you Ling Xiao? Humph, he'll accompany you in the afterlife. Don't worry. At the mention of Ling Xiao, Mo Wushang became even angrier. His huge claws swiped at the Holy Sun's neck. The people around wanted to save him, but it was too late. At this moment, the sacred dynasty's people couldn't even take care of themselves. Ah! A blood-curdling scream resounded through the sky. However, the one who screamed wasn't Hai Myung-keo, but Mo Wushang. His huge claws had been neatly sliced off. A person stood in midair. He held a black sword and a white sword in his hand. His long black hair danced in the wind. The golden dragon wings on his back had disappeared, and in their place was a pair of black and white wings. Ling Xiao, son of a bitch, the chosen one. It's him. Countless people looked up at the sky. Ling Xiao's appearance was too eye-catching. I didn't expect him to be the one to save me. Hai Myung-keo shook her head and smiled bitterly. If there was anyone she didn't want to owe in this life, it would be Ling Xiao. However, the one who saved her was Ling Xiao. Idiot, run. For some reason, Hai Myung-keo couldn't help but shout. Run. Where do you think you're going? Since he's here, don't even think about running. Sikong Zun hated Ling Xiao to the core. Now that the Moon Maiden wasn't here, he was definitely going to attack Ling Xiao. Lightning Demon King, let me take care of this one. The flame deity suddenly jumped out and begged for the order. The feud between him and Ling Xiao was even worse than the feud between Sikong Zun and him. You don't have to fight. None of the members of the marine race who came here today will leave unscathed. A cold voice came from Ling Xiao's mouth. This caused the noisy battlefield to instantly become silent, quiet to the extreme. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. After a while, there were maniacal, mocking laughter and helpless sighs. What nonsense is this idiot talking about? He won't let us leave unscathed. If it was the Moon Maiden, I might have believed it. As for this one, it's pure *T. Laugh as much as you want. I'll show you the power of the human race. Ling Xiao was indifferent to the mockery. He raised the black and white swords in his hands, and the 9 cauldrons illusion disappeared instantly. Chapter 862. Go. The power of the 9 cauldrons illusion. Protect the sacred dynasty's last dignity. Both swords struck out, and the remaining power of the 9 cauldrons illusion was instantly thrown out. At the same time, Ling Xiao marked his sole imprint on the remaining sacred dynasty martial artists. Regardless of whether they were enemies or friends, they were now comrades. As long as they had his sole imprint, they would not be attacked by the power of the 9 cauldrons illusion. This was also the reason why he dared to attack recklessly. Rumble! A loud explosion that surpassed the rumbling of thunder sounded. The entire ground cracked, the wind and clouds surged in the sky, and all kinds of illusions appeared. What followed was a series of screams. The oceanic race, who originally had the upper hand, were now dying one by one in this crazy attack. The Yin-Yang Demon King and the Lightning Demon King Sikongzun were also seriously injured. In a panic, although they had put up their defenses, they were still unable to completely block the damage. They took some of the remnants and fled in panic. Bastard, just you wait. Angry roars came from the mouth of the distant deserter. Yin-Yang Demon King, Lightning Demon King, the 2 of you listen up. I killed the Plague Demon King and the Evil Beast Demon King. You'd better wash your necks and wait. I will definitely take your heads. Ling Xiao did not dare to give chase. This was because even a seriously injured Yin-Yang realm expert could easily kill him. The 2 of them had fled not because of him, but because the Grand Supreme Holy Emperor was still here. If this continued, neither of them would be able to escape. A plan that had been brewing for tens of thousands of years had come to nothing. Most importantly, the one who had ruined their plan was not some important figure, but merely an insignificant Heaven Pulse martial artist. This could simply infuriate the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Lightning Demon King to death. They had been so close to success. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Now, it was all for naught. All their previous efforts had been wasted. The rumbling sound faded, and the enemy had already fled without a trace. The remaining sacred dynasty martial artists sat on the ground, struggling at death's door, their faces filled with sorrow. Although the battle was over, too many people had died. There were tens of millions of people in the holy city. In just a few hours, almost all of them had died. Only a few hundred people were left. Why didn't you make a move earlier? Why? Suddenly, a martial artist in the crowd roared at Ling Xiao. Pa! At the same time he shouted, he was slapped in the face. People should learn how to repay kindness and not complain. The chosen one had no reason to attack, but he still did. That's enough. Otherwise, all of us would have died. Ling Xiao looked at this scene indifferently and did not say anything. Really, he also wanted to make a move earlier. It was a pity that he didn't discover it at the beginning. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have died. This was especially true for the commoners. There were simply too many casualties. Sorry, I was just too excited. The martial artist who complained about Ling Xiao didn't need to blame him too much. People had feelings. There were tens of millions of living people. Yesterday, they were sitting and laughing together, but today they were separated by life and death. It was inevitable that people would be emotional. Forget it. Grand Supreme Holy Emperor, You still have to make a decision quickly after these people escaped. Although they may need some time to recover from their injuries, the Blue Eyes clan's attack on the Sacred Dynasty will not stop. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that the border is already in a state of war. Ling Xiao was not a narrow-minded person. It was his character to seek revenge, but he was still very open-minded about some things. As he expected, Baiyun province, which was located at the border, was already in a state of war. Fortunately, the Yuehua school and the Divine Sword sect did not suffer any losses. In addition, Wu Xiang and the Moon Maiden had returned to the sect one after another, forcing the Sea clan there to retreat again. In the entire Sacred Dynasty, the safest places were Northern Han and Tianli. Most of the other places had already fallen. Northern Han did not need to worry. With the Yuehua school and the Divine Sword sect there, as well as the Moon Maiden, there was no need to fear any enemy. Tianli was not a vassal state of the Sacred Dynasty. It was a recently established state, established by the people of the Tianli Union. When Ling Xiao was still in Tianfeng City, he had heard of this Tianli Union, but he had never seen it before. They took advantage of the chaos and established the Tianli Union under the banner of destroy the rotten and depraved Sacred Dynasty and defend the great rivers and mountains of mankind. The Tianli Union was originally funded and developed by the Ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan, so they did not seem to intend to be enemies with other clans. Instead, they regarded the Sacred Dynasty as their primary enemy. All of you, retreat to Northern Han. What Ling Xiao knew, the Grand Supreme Holy Emperor naturally knew as well. At the same time, what happened in the Holy City was actually happening in various places of the Sacred Dynasty. It was just that the degree was different. After all, the only Yin-Yang realm experts on the other side were the Yin-Yang realm experts and the Electric Demon King. Even the Grotto Heaven realm experts had followed them to the Holy City. This time, Ling Xiao had used the 9 Cauldrons illusion to kill 3 of them. Only 4 were left. Therefore, the strongest martial artists in other places were actually Heaven Realm martial artists. However, the Heaven Realm also had 10 layers. The difference in strength between them was still very large. For this martial festival, the Sacred Dynasty had basically gathered all their experts in the Holy City. As a result, the other places were empty. Only Northern Han, thanks to Wu Xiang's early return, was not lost. The Tianli Union's experts also did not come to the Holy City. As for the specific situation, it was not clear whether they were the hope of mankind or the lackeys of the sea race. It would be slowly understood in the future. Therefore, Northern Han was the best place for the Sacred Dynasty to retreat. No matter what, Northern Han was a vassal state of the Sacred Dynasty. It was not as dangerous as the Tianli Union. After the discussion, the people of the Sacred Dynasty's imperial family followed the Holy Emperor to Northern Han. The rest of the sects returned to their own sections. At this time, they did not know the situation of their own sections. Therefore, they were definitely going to return. Senior, please wait. After the others left, Ling Xiao caught up with the people of the Spiritual Medicine Villa. The pitiful Spiritual Medicine Villa had several hundred people when they came. In the end, only a few dozen people returned. Ling Xiao was indebted to the Villa Lord of the Spiritual Medicine Villa, and Dai Yaoling was Dai Yuling's younger sister. Ling Xiao felt that he had a reason to escort them and do his best, although his cultivation had dropped to the Heaven Vein realm. After grasping the practical method of the Mountain River martial soul, his combat strength had not decreased by much. With his current cultivation, he could definitely defeat a martial artist who had just entered the Heaven realm. Big Brother Ling Xiao. Dai Yaoling now looked at Ling Xiao as if she was looking at a god. Her eyes were filled with worship. Senior, Please allow me to escort you to the spiritual medicine villa. I'm afraid the journey will not be safe. Ling Xiao smiled at Dai Yaling, then cupped his hands and said to the villa lord of the spiritual medicine villa, I'll have to trouble you. The villa lord of the spiritual medicine villa, Dai Lingrong, smiled bitterly. Her injuries were very serious. She might not be able to last until they reached the spiritual medicine villa. However, having Ling Xiao was better than nothing. Chapter 863. The villa master of the spiritual medicine villa, Dai Lingrong, had 2 daughters who took her surname. It was said that her husband abandoned her when she was pregnant and ran away with another woman. It was not easy for Dai Lingrong to carry the spiritual medicine villa alone. She did not object to Ling Xiao's good intentions, but she looked worried. She was probably worried about the situation in the spiritual medicine villa. The spiritual medicine villa also had its own flying Dharma treasure. It was a huge flying bird. After Dai Lingrong blew the whistle, the bird flew through the air and carried everyone to the spiritual medicine villa. Flying in the air, Ling Xiao cultivated while using his eyes of the world to observe the situation on the ground. Along the way, the flames of war were continuous. There were killings and looting almost everywhere. At this moment, the weakness of individual strength could be seen. Unless one was strong enough to destroy the world, it was impossible to help everyone. Senior, are those people from the spiritual medicine villa? When they were near the boundary of the spiritual medicine villa, Ling Xiao used his eyes of the world to discover a group of people fleeing 100 miles away. They were wearing the clothes of the spiritual medicine villa. Let's take a look. Dai Lingrong was surprised that Ling Xiao's eyesight was so terrifying. She did not see them, but the other party had already seen them. However, she did not doubt Ling Xiao's words at all. During the martial arts festival, Ling Xiao had basically done everything he wanted. He had never gone back on his words. Villa Master, young Villa Master. The group of people fleeing on the ground saw Dai Lingrong and Dai Yaling. Their originally panicked faces were filled with joy. They were really about to lose hope. After all, the strongest person in their group was only an inner sect elder at the One-Line Sky Realm. The enemies behind them were 4 Sky Realm experts. Moreover, each of them was more powerful than the inner sect elder. Are you the only ones left? Dai Lingrong had a sorrowful expression on her face. Although she had thought about the possibility of encountering such a tragedy, she still could not let it go when she saw it for herself. That's right, Manor Lord. We killed our way through, and only these 100 people managed to escape. After the inner sect elder finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Thank you for your hard work. Dai Lingrong slowly closed the elder's eyes. Only then did she realize that the elder was actually seriously injured. The only reason he wasn't dead yet was because he was hanging on to his last breath. He wanted to bring the rest of the people out. Nephew Ling Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to take Yao Ling and the others and leave first. Go to the Yuehua school. Perhaps it's the safest place in the entire heavenly dragon continent. Dai Lingrong looked at the 4 figures that appeared not far away and took a deep breath. Senior, it's not me. Although you're already a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, you've only just entered the realm. The strongest 2 of those 4 are already 10 directions heaven cultivators. You don't have much of an advantage fighting against them, not to mention you're injured. Ling Xiao said with a frown. There's no need to say any more. So many people from the spiritual medicine villa have died. What's the point of me, the villa master, living? Just help me protect them. Even if I have to join the Yuehua school, I don't care as long as they're safe. After Dai Lingrong finished speaking, she suddenly struck out with her palm. The wind from her palm actually sent Ling Xiao and the others flying a few hundred meters away. The 4C Race Sky Realm cultivators also stopped, but there were hundreds of other cultivators following them. The weakest was an 8th-level Transcendent Realm cultivator, while the strongest was a Heaven Vein Realm cultivator who had just broken through. "You go after those people. Leave this woman to the 4 of us." "Yes, Senior." Dai Lingrong didn't stop the pursuers because she didn't have a chance. "Ling Xiao, I'm counting on you." Of course, another reason was that she knew Ling Xiao was strong enough. As long as she could stop the 4 Sky Realm cultivators, Ling Xiao and the disciples of the Spiritual Medicine Villa would be enough to deal with the rest. Whoosh! A sword light pierced through the air. Ling Xiao had made his move. They didn't run far before the enemy caught up. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, they had a lot of injured people, which slowed them down. He didn't draw his sword. The sword light shot out like a dazzling sun, and the air seemed to be burned by the high temperature. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was a Heaven Vein Realm cultivator in the embryonic stage. He was directly burned to ashes by the sword light. What a terrifying attack! Why haven't I seen Big Brother Ling Xiao use it before? Dai Yaoling had seen Ling Xiao's strength at the martial arts festival, but she had never seen the attack Ling Xiao just used. It looked like a casual sword chi, but it had a terrifying temperature that could melt everything. It was so dazzling that it temporarily blinded people. It was really terrifying. The pursuers suddenly stopped in their tracks. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded their expectations. "Yaoling, take your people and hurry. Don't worry about me. I'll follow behind you." Ling Xiao didn't want to fight, but it was impossible to not fight at this time. He could only retreat while fighting. "No, we can't let you fight for our Spiritual Medicine Villa while we choose to run." Dai Yaoling shook her head. "That's right. We'll kill the enemy with you." The disciples of the Spiritual Medicine Villa were still relatively unyielding. Although many of them were seriously injured, they still wanted to fight. If it was someone else, they would have chosen to run away. "You'll be a burden if you stay. Hurry up and leave." Ling Xiao's words were very direct. It was very hurtful, but it was the truth. "These are healing pills. Take them all. It won't be too late to fight with me when your injuries are healed. I can still handle it now. Let's go." Ling Xiao had sealed many things in the 9 Cauldrons' illusory realm. However, the medicinal herbs and the elixirs that he refined wouldn't disappear. He had a lot of healing pills with him. He had snatched a lot from the True Devil Forbidden Zone and hadn't used them all. "All right, let's go." Dai Yaoling distributed the elixirs to the disciples of the Spiritual Medicine Villa, then turned and left with tears in her eyes. However, she couldn't help but look back when she left. She saw that Ling Xiao had turned into an afterimage and rushed into the group of pursuers. In her eyes, it was just a dazzling light. However, in the eyes of the pursuers, it was a fatal attack. Everyone that Ling Xiao touched couldn't help but burn up. Some even withered in an instant. Seeing this, Dai Yaoling was no longer worried. Instead, she paid attention to the situation in front and focused on retreating. After Ling Xiao showed his power with his sword, he turned and left. The black and white wings spread out behind him, and he easily caught up with Dai Yaoling and the others. After killing for a while and fleeing for a while, the pursuers also discovered that Ling Xiao was difficult to deal with. Thus, they no longer rashly attacked. With several Heaven Vein martial artists gathered together, it was truly somewhat difficult for Ling Xiao to kill them all in one go. However, it didn't matter. If he couldn't kill them, he just had to stop them. If he just had to stop them, the difficulty would be much lower. Chapter 864. When the light shadow sword technique was cultivated to the 4th layer, it could produce instantaneous high-temperature fission, causing the opponent to convulse and even dehydrate. Just by relying on this point, as long as no celestial realm warriors appeared, blocking these people would be as easy as turning one's hand. Sister Yowling, follow the direction my flying sword is pointing to. While Ling Xiao was fighting, he still had time to instruct the people in front on how to move forward. After all, there were battles everywhere at this time. If they ran into the enemy's encirclement or the army, they wouldn't even know how they died. Dai Yowling was anxiously thinking about how to move forward. At this time, Ling Xiao gave instructions. A sword light broke through the sky, leading the way at the front of the team. Although Ling Xiao's sword-controlling technique was no longer available, relying on his powerful soul power to control the flying sword, it was more easy and smooth. It was also more sustainable. Got it, Big Brother Ling Xiao. Dai Yowling chose to trust Ling Xiao. Of course, there was a reason. In her heart, Ling Xiao was already a godlike existence. How could she doubt a god? Ling Xiao's eye of the world was open all the time, floating in midair. He could see everything within 100 miles very clearly. He could determine where the enemy was and where it was safer to go. Although this would take a long detour, it was safer. The pursuers behind Ling Xiao and the others were really depressed at this time. They originally thought that the battlefield was full of their own people. As long as they ran into them, once they could smoothly wipe out Ling Xiao and the others. But what made them feel strange was that Ling Xiao seemed to have a pair of clairvoyant eyes. He was always able to miraculously go around the warriors on their side. This even made them suspect that there was a spy in their team, informing Ling Xiao at any time. But even so, it was not very likely. How could a spy see the whole situation? The most polite thing was that, as the pursuers chased, they found that they ran into the remnants of the Sacred Dynasty's army. Although most of the Sacred Dynasty's army was rotten, there were still powerful troops. When they encountered the sea race, they directly killed them and completely blocked their path. Ling Xiao and the others took this opportunity to break away from the pursuers. About 3 days later, the injured disciples of the Spirit Medicine Mountain Villa had basically recovered. This place was only 100 miles away from northern Han, which was nothing to cultivators. But the troublesome thing was that the road ahead was basically blocked by the sea race's people. If they wanted to take a detour, they would have to travel for several days. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before coming to a decision. Since the road was blocked, they would find a way to find a path. After coming to a decision, Ling Xiao took the lead. He spread his black and white wings and charged straight at the invading army that was blocking his path. These people were from the Sea Clan, Blue Eyes Clan, and Ninja Clan. 2 of them had broken through to the Heaven Vein realm, while the rest were Transcendent Realm 8th Layer and 9th Layer cultivators. Ling Xiao chose them naturally because they were all soft persimmons that were easier to bully. These people were ordered to block the main road to northern Han. They did not even let go of the road. They wanted to stop the remnants of the Sacred Dynasty who were trying to escape to northern Han. They had already set up a trap and laid an ambush here. If someone rushed over, even if they were stronger than them, they would be ambushed. They did not think that someone would be able to see through their ambush in advance. If Ling Xiao was not among the fleeing Spirit Medicine Mountain Villa's group, the Spirit Medicine Mountain Villa's people would have suffered a tragedy. But Ling Xiao's existence was to make a miracle happen. Scarlet Sun feather raiment, black and white twin swords. Ling Xiao's body was covered in flames. Holding the black and white twin swords, he left the fleeing group and rushed into the ambush. Hee, someone's coming. It seems he's an idiot. He actually rushed over alone. Let him pass. He's most likely cannon fodder to scout for others. Lay in ambush. Don't fall for it. The Heaven Vein martial artists secretly discussed. They all felt that Ling Xiao was just cannon fodder coming to die. It did not matter if he escaped. They absolutely could not let the other parties see through the ambush. In any case, this kind of trash could be easily defeated by a few heaven-vain martial artists. Although Ling Xiao's eyes of the world could not hear what these people were saying, he could read their mouths. Seeing this, he could not help but sneer. "Since you're so calm, I won't be polite. 1 kilometer, 800 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters. Ling Xiao's speed was actually not fast. This was because he wanted to give the ambushers a false impression. Otherwise, if his speed was too shocking, the other party might call for reinforcements. After approaching 100 meters, Ling Xiao suddenly released the will of mountains and rivers. A terrifying will enveloped all the cultivators lying in ambush. The will of mountains and rivers, slaughter will, and destruction will all belong to the category of soul force. Therefore, they were not sealed. Not only would they not affect the mountain and river martial soul's development, but they could also increase the mountain and river martial soul's valiant degree. Crap! Among the cultivators lying in ambush, those with stronger soul force instantly felt that something was wrong, because when that terrifying will attacked, they actually had an idea of kneeling on the ground and surrendering. Their minds were in a mess. Even the true essence energy and heaven essence energy in their bodies were in chaos. The most terrifying thing was that the few cultivators with weaker souls were actually bombarded to death by this terrifying will of mountains and rivers on the spot. Their souls were destroyed. Although their bodies were still intact, they already became shells without souls. There were even a few people who fainted and lost consciousness. And all of this was merely a meeting gift that Ling Xiao gave them. The real killing move was still behind. Actually, whether these few people underestimated the enemy or took him seriously, it was meaningless. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was not as high as a few of them, his combat experience and fighting strength were much stronger than theirs. Even warriors who had just entered the celestial realm, Ling Xiao could compete with them, not to mention Heaven Pulse Realm cultivators. Quick retreat. The leader of the Heaven Pulse Realm cultivators felt that something was wrong and did not dare to fight. He loudly ordered his companions to retreat and prepared to send out a signal to inform the nearby allies. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be such a terrifying existence. He was not the so-called cannon fodder at all, but a general charging at the forefront. In an instant, 2 or 3 people in the team died. More than half of the remaining people suffered some minor injuries. Pung! A sword light flew past, and the signal flare was directly cut in half, unable to be fired. Since Ling Xiao had already launched a surprise attack, how could he let these people call for reinforcements? The best way of a blitzkrieg was to be fast, so fast that the enemy did not have any time to react. Activating the light and shadow ultimacy, Ling Xiao instantly turned into an invisible beam of light and rushed into the crowd. The black and white swords in his hands had already begun to kill. Now his speed was naturally much faster than before, because there was no need to pretend. His speed was raised to the extreme. He was a beam of light, an unstoppable beam of light. Chapter 8, 65. The Seafolk army paid a disastrous price for underestimating the enemy. Without even fighting, they were already in complete chaos. They were like frozen salted fish, allowing Ling Xiao to easily harvest their lives. A moment later, the battle was over. When Dai Yaoling and the others rushed over to provide support, they were all dumbstruck. After all, Ling Xiao had killed so many experts by himself. This scene was too strange. Don't just stand there. We'll soon reach Northern Han. Let's hurry up and avoid any more problems. Ling Xiao did not have the leisure to appreciate their shocked expressions. The closer they got, the more likely it was that problems would arise. He did not want to waste all his previous efforts. I wonder how my mother is doing. Dai Yaling worriedly looked into the distance. Don't worry. Senior is fine. She has her own destiny. When Ling Xiao left, he left a soul imprint on Dai Lingrong's body. Therefore, he was not completely clear about Dai Lingrong's situation. However, he was certain that not only was Dai Lingrong not dead, but she was also receiving treatment from someone. Unfortunately, his soul's secret technique had not been cultivated to perfection. Therefore, he was unable to fully understand everything. Although she did not know how Ling Xiao knew, Dai Yaling still chose to trust him. The group continued to hasten on their journey. At this moment, everyone's injuries had already healed. As a result, their speed was much faster. They estimated that they would reach Northern Han's territory in less than 2 hours. They were basically safe. An hour later, they could clearly see Northern Han's territory. The border was blocked by the Great Wall, which was filled with Northern Han soldiers. Great! We'll be able to escape the pursuit soon. What a pity! If we had arrived at Northern Han earlier, our spiritual medicine villa would not have lost so many people. Forget it. It's useless to bring up the past. People have to look forward. However, we must avenge this enmity. The spiritual medicine villa disciples were very excited. With Ling Xiao leading them, they did not even have to fight and easily escaped their pursuers. They were very lucky. Big brother Ling Xiao, what's wrong? However, at this moment, Dai Yaling realized that Ling Xiao's expression was a bit off. The situation is not good. We seem to have been targeted by someone, and it's an expert. Ling Xiao frowned and said to Dai Yaling, "Remember, don't panic later. I'm here. I won't let you get hurt." Ha ha ha. As expected of the Chosen One, you actually discovered this old man's existence so quickly. A strange laughter rang out, and a crow on the branch landed on the ground. Then it turned into a hunchbacked old man. Although his figure was stooped, his face was old, and he didn't seem to have the slightest bit of combat power. But Ling Xiao didn't dare to look at him at all. This person exuded an extremely powerful aura. He was actually a heaven, realm, 3 talents, realm cultivation. If it was before, Ling Xiao might not have been afraid. But now that his cultivation had regressed, he could still deal with 1-line heaven realm martial artists. But these 3-talent heaven realm powerhouses were troublesome. Your Excellency is neither from the Sea race nor the Blue Eyes race. Who are you? Ling Xiao was sure that this person didn't have the aura of the Sea race. Those who surrendered to the Sea race had the slave mark left behind by the Sea race. Their aura was very obvious, but this person was different, and he believed that with his soul power, this person couldn't have escaped him. He had followed him all the way and was most likely waiting nearby. Ha ha! The Chosen One is indeed smart. No wonder even the League Master values you. The old man laughed and said, "I'm an ordinary martial artist of the Heavenly Reason League. I'm here on the orders of the League Master to invite your Heavenly Reason League for a chat. You should at least give me face, right? Senior, since it's an invitation, it's simple. After I send these people back to the Yuehua school, the Heavenly Reason League will naturally pay you a visit." Ling Xiao didn't believe that this was an invitation. He could tell from the aura that this person was very hostile to him. To tell you the truth, among the remaining forces of the 12 sects, the Heavenly King sect, the Blue Water Divine Palace, and the Bloodblade sect have submitted to the Sea race. The remaining Profound Fire sect, the Snow Mountain sect, the Sword King sect, the Gu King sect, the Tang sect, and the Poison King sect have submitted to the Heavenly Reason League. Well, now that we have established a country, the League Master of the Heavenly Reason League is the ruler of the Heavenly Reason League. If the Chosen One is willing to follow this old man, you can become the first core disciple of our Heavenly Reason League. Your status is absolutely high, and you may even become the future ruler. The old man spoke slowly, as if he wasn't afraid that Ling Xiao would run away. But this was normal. A 3 talents, heavenly realm martial artist facing a group of transcendent realm martial artists. It would be embarrassing if he was afraid. To be honest, Ling Xiao was very shocked when he heard the old man's words. He didn't expect the Heavenly Reason League to act so quickly. This was simply robbing a burning house. There were only a few people left in the sacred dynasty who had fled. The rest were fighting for themselves. It was estimated that after a while, the true demon empire, the Qianli kingdom, and the Northern Han kingdom would form a tripartite balance. Those scattered forces would be defeated or subdued. Senior, don't tell me you don't even have a few days to spare? Ling Xiao was still unwilling to fight with this person unless he had no other choice, because there were only 2 ways he could defeat this old man. The first was for the butterfly girl to wake up, but it didn't seem realistic at the moment. The second was to use the power left to him by the human king. This power could be used a total of 9 times. He had already used it once in the Holy City, so there were still 8 times left. This was his life-saving method. Every time he used it, it would be 1 less. He was really reluctant to use it, but if there was no other way, he could only use it. He couldn't really follow this old man. If he really left, he was afraid that he would completely lose his freedom. Son, this old man's patience is limited. I'll give you 1 last chance. Or not. The old man was already a little impatient. If not, Ling Xiao asked, if not, this old man will take your corpse back. A genius like you, if left to others, will be a disaster. If I can't get you, I must kill you. The old man's expression suddenly became malevolent. His voice was as cold as ice. The people of the spirit medicine villa suddenly walked over and blocked in front of Ling Xiao. Big brother Ling Xiao, leave. With your speed, he might not be able to catch up. This place is already close to the Northern Han Kingdom. You can definitely escape. We've troubled you to take care of us along the way. Now is the time to repay your kindness. That's right. Senior brother Ling, please leave. You will all die. Ling Xiao was somewhat moved in his heart, but his face remained indifferent. We only ask big brother Ling Xiao to avenge us. That way, our deaths will be worth it. Dai Yaoling's tears dripped down her cheeks. Of course, she didn't want to die, but if she had to choose, she could give up her life to protect Ling Xiao. Chapter 866. Hee, don't even think about leaving today. It's the same for your spiritual medicine villa. If you don't want to join the Heavenly Truth Alliance, then all of you will die. The old man laughed mischievously. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed as well. He walked to the front of the crowd and waved his hand at the spiritual medicine villa disciples behind him. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, since I, Ling Xiao, promised Senior Dai to safely escort you to the Yuehua school, I can't go back on my word. The old man's expression wasn't very good. He was very unhappy that these people didn't have the slightest bit of fear in front of him. They were actually fighting to die. He hated people who weren't afraid of death the most. This made him very angry. Big brother Ling Xiao. There's no need, little sister Yaoling. I won't be killed by this old monster. Have you forgotten the miracles I created at the martial arts festival? Ling Xiao stood there, his aura suddenly rising. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. The power of light circulated, making his entire body seem to emit light. It was so dazzling and dazzling. At this moment, Ling Xiao's aura didn't lose to any one-line sky expert before he used the energy left behind by the human king. This made the old man even more astonished. Heaven's chosen one, your reputation is well deserved. However, the more this is the case, the more this old man wants to kill you as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. The old man's pupils suddenly contracted. Although there were many genius experts in the Heavenly Truth Alliance, their strength didn't lose to the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. It was just that they kept a low profile and weren't known to the outside world. Even so, in the old man's opinion, these people still couldn't compare to Ling Xiao. It wasn't cultivation, but this kind of aura, this kind of fearless boldness in the face of danger was really incomparable to ordinary people. Buzz. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by a gale condensed from heavenly essence energy, blocking Dai Yaoling and the others. Everyone watch from the side. Don't move. Ling Xiao didn't dare to let these people leave in advance because he didn't know if there was any danger ahead. Although Northern Han's border was just ahead, who could be sure that these people were his true friends? Looks like you really want to die, the old man snorted coldly. Then his figure flashed and turned into a flock of pitch-black crows. Then he flew towards Ling Xiao. Behind the old man, there was always the phantom of a huge crow. It opened its blood-red eyes and looked very terrifying. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Ling Xiao stood there, circulating the heavenly essence energy in his body. Combined with the light profound, the light on his body grew brighter and brighter. As for the purple lightning sword in his hand, it was almost completely devoid of electricity. It had completely turned into the light of the scarlet sun, so dazzling that it could blind people. Sun sword. Ling Xiao raised his heavenly essence energy to the extreme. At this time, he did not dare to hold back at all. However, he still didn't use his human king's power. His eye of the world was floating in the void, looking for his opponent's weakness. He was going to unleash his full power at the most critical moment. That energy couldn't be wasted. If it was to be used, it had to be effective. Sizzle! The black crow was burned by the blazing high temperature, emitting a burnt smell. However, Ling Xiao's sword light was constantly weakening. There was no other way. The opponent's strength was still stronger. Purely relying on his own strength, Ling Xiao still couldn't defeat his opponent. Scarlet Sun Feather Raiment. The moment the light of the sun's sword disappeared, Ling Xiao's body suddenly lit up. The Scarlet Sun Feather Raiment burned with the fire of the sun and finally completely blocked the opponent's attack. However, the impact still caused Ling Xiao to retreat more than 10 steps before he could stand still. Bah, there's still a big difference. Spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva, Ling Xiao was a little dissatisfied. If one's cultivation was low, even if one's martial soul was stronger and one's martial skills were stronger, it would be difficult to make up for the difference. Because the difference between the two was still too big. Ling Xiao was only a mature Heaven Vein martial artist, while the opponent was a Heaven Realm early-stage martial artist. However, this barrier didn't seem to be too big for him. After all, he already had the heavenly Yuan Qi and Heaven Veins that a Heaven Realm cultivator should have. Moreover, his martial skills weren't weak. The only thing he lacked was his cultivation. For some geniuses, the barrier between realms basically existed in name only. Otherwise, how could geniuses be called geniuses? The Holy Sun had only broken through to the Heaven Vein realm in the past, and had also defeated a one-line sky early-stage cultivator. Mo Wushang had also done the same. Of course, the ones they defeated were only the weakest of Heaven Realm cultivators, those who relied on pills or other methods to forcibly break through and didn't have a solid foundation. But even so, for the average person, the barrier between realms was still a huge gap. Wanting to challenge someone in a higher realm was easier said than done. Forget about this barrier between realms. Even the barrier between the transcendent 8th layer and the transcendent 9th layer was difficult to surmount. Unless you were a genius or had a special aptitude, don't even think about it. Even the barrier between the early stage of the transcendent eighth layer and the middle stage of the transcendent eighth layer was difficult for most people to surmount. Those who could surmount this barrier could be called geniuses, but only geniuses. The classification of geniuses also came from this. Those who could surmount barriers and challenge people in higher realms were called geniuses. Those who could surmount barriers and challenge people in higher realms were called great geniuses. Those who could surmount barriers and challenge people in higher realms were called super geniuses. Ling Xiao was a super genius, so was the Holy Sun, and so was Mo Wushang. It was just that there was still a gap between super geniuses. It was just that there was no clear distinction. You're really difficult to deal with. The old man saw that he hadn't seriously injured Ling Xiao with a single move and couldn't help frowning even more. Don't seriously injure him. He didn't even manage to inflict a minor injury. Ling Xiao's saliva was dripping with blood, but it was only his lips that were cut. If this was considered a minor injury, then it was still somewhat effective. The difficult part is yet to come. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "When your master sent you here, didn't he tell you that I had defeated the Holy Sun at the Heaven and Earth Vein early stage during the martial festival, and even injured the Paradise Realm Sikong Xian? He didn't send you here to invite me. He sent you here to die." After the exchange, Ling Xiao became even more confident. Although it was impossible for him to defeat this old man with his own strength, he was still confident that he could survive 100 moves. This way, he would have enough time to find his opponent's weakness. He probably didn't know that his performance had really frightened the Heaven Realm Master. The old man originally thought that Ling Xiao's cultivation had regressed to the Transcendent Realm during the martial festival, and that it would be easy to deal with him. But now it seemed that it was still difficult. It didn't matter if his cultivation had regressed or not. It didn't matter if his cultivation had regressed or not. Little brat, don't be too arrogant. This old master was just careless and didn't even use 60% of his strength. Let's see how many more moves you can take. After all, the old man was an experienced man. Although he was shocked, he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 8:67. From the first exchange, it could be seen that although Ling Xiao was difficult to deal with, he was still inferior to him. As long as he continued to attack, it wouldn't take long to defeat him. Thinking of this, the old man gently touched the storage ring on his hand. The storage ring emitted a faint black light, and a crow-head cane embedded with strange gems appeared in his hand. As the crow-head cane danced in his hand, a gloomy and terrifying black aura filled the air in front of him, as if it was the aura of death from the underworld. Ling Xiao felt his body suddenly turn cold, as if something was spying on him. Good fellow, this old thing's soul power isn't weak, but it's still inferior to mine. Ling Xiao secretly operated his soul power, and in an instant he forced the gloomy and uncomfortable feeling out of his body. However, the soul attack was only the beginning of the old man's attack. When the gloomy and dark aura condensed, it turned into a huge black crow. The crow, accompanied by a biting cold air, pounced on Ling Xiao and let out a mournful and terrifying cry that made one's scalp tingle. Wherever the black crows flew, the plants on the ground would wither one after another. "Big brother Ling Xiao, you must be careful." Dai Yaoling didn't dare to utter a word, afraid that she would disturb Ling Xiao. She could only pray for Ling Xiao in the depths of her heart. Facing the old man's attack, Ling Xiao chose to fly into the air. The black and white wings on his back propped up, and his body instantly turned into a black and white light that escaped into the void. However, he didn't use his fastest speed, or else the old man wouldn't be able to catch up to him. This was a plan to lure the enemy in, and he couldn't use too much power. "Good fellow, I've heard that you cultivated a special martial skill that allowed you to condense wings. I didn't think it was true, but it's useless. The old man pointed his crow head cane upwards, and the huge black crow chased after Ling Xiao. It followed closely behind Ling Xiao, and its speed was even faster than Ling Xiao's. Hee, this old man wants to see where you can escape to. This game of cat and mouse is this old man's favorite. The old man revealed a smug smile, thinking that he had complete control of the situation. Little did he know that it wasn't difficult for Ling Xiao to get rid of his attack. Chance, seeing that the old man had almost completely given up on defense, Ling Xiao could not help but feel delighted. The flaw he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Whoosh! His speed suddenly increased as he turned around and scuttled to the ground. The sun sword had already condensed in his hand. The 6th level of the light shadow sword technique could trigger the wrath of the heavens. This was not the power of a human, and there was a high chance of failure. Even if it succeeded, it could hurt the user. However, Ling Xiao had to use it now. He had no other choice if he wanted to kill a heaven and earth realm martial artist. Whoosh! In the sky, a beam of light descended vertically and hit Ling Xiao's shoulder, which was instantly charred. Ling Xiao frowned, but did not stop. He knew that there would be such danger. Otherwise, he could borrow the power of the heavens at any time. Behind him, the huge crow was still chasing, but Ling Xiao was too fast. Moreover, in this high-speed flight, he was still able to condense the sun sword and trigger the wrath of the heavens. What's going on? The old man's face suddenly changed. At this time, in the sky, a huge beam of light that was dozens of times thicker than before descended vertically and then poured into the sun sword. Ling Xiao pointed the long sword in his hand at the old man. The terrifying beam of light flew from the sword to the celestial realm expert of the Tianli Alliance. The old man was an expert, so he could naturally sense how terrifying that beam of light was. He was so scared that he hurriedly turned around and ran. The huge crow lost his control and crashed into a mountain. It actually flattened the mountain. However, this kind of power didn't land on Ling Xiao's body, so it was meaningless. You can't escape. Can your speed be faster than light? Ling Xiao's face was pale. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, but his expression was full of ridicule and laughter. Relying on the precise calculation of the mountain and river martial spirit, the first time he used the heavens' wrath of the heavens was successful. Although he was hit, it was a small price to pay. Boom! The terrifying beam of light directly covered the old man's body. Ling Xiao was right. No matter how fast the old man was, it was impossible for him to be faster than light. Ah! A shrill scream came from the beam of light. Hearing it, the disciples of the spiritual medicine villa covered their ears. The light flashed. The old man's body was scorched black, and his breath was extremely weak. Even the blood that flowed out was burned dry by the high temperature. How is it possible? How is it possible? He's only a heaven pulse warrior. How can he display a stronger attack than a celestial realm warrior? No matter how hard the old man tried, he could not understand what was going on. Did the Alliance master really send him to die? He was terrified. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would kill him at this time. However, he did not know that Ling Xiao's heaven's origin energy was almost depleted after using the heaven's wrath of the heavens. His body was also exhausted. He probably did not have the strength to kill the old man. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, the old man was not dead yet. He desperately turned and fled, turning into a black crow. However, the crow's feathers looked a little charred. Boom! After the old man left, Ling Xiao directly fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground, smashing a huge crater in the ground. However, his body was strong enough and he was not injured. He was just too tired and felt exhausted. "Brother Ling Xiao, are you okay? Are you okay?" Before she could be surprised that Ling Xiao could defeat a Heaven Pulse realm warrior after his cultivation had regressed, Dai Yaoling hurriedly ran over and helped Ling Xiao up. "Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Hurry." Ling Xiao was exhausted. If he encountered such an expert again, he could only wait for death. The might of the heavens, wrath of the heavens, was stronger than he had imagined, so he did not waste the energy of a human king. This was naturally a good thing for him. Using the energy of a human king to deal with a Heaven Pulse realm warrior was too wasteful. Dai Yaoling carried Ling Xiao on her back and ordered the disciples of the Spirit Medicine Villa to retreat at full speed. The disciples were still shocked as they ran. They could not recover from this shock for a long time. They could be considered to have experienced a lot of things, but it was really the first time they had seen a mature, heaven-vein martial artist almost kill a Heaven Realm 3 talents martial artist with a single blow. Of course, what was even more terrifying was that Ling Xiao could actually borrow the power of the heavens. This was too unbelievable. Could this be allowed by the laws of the mystic world? Even if this matter was told to others now, no one would believe it. It was simply too bizarre. A few days later, Dai Yaoling and the others arrived at the Yuehua school. At this time, Ling Xiao learned that the Heavenly Truth Alliance had declared war on the true demon empire. The current Heavenly Truth Emperor announced to the public that the Heavenly Truth Alliance was recruiting talents from all over the world to resist the invasion of foreign enemies. Chapter 868. After some discussion, the upper echelons of the Yuehua school believed that the sects were too scattered, which was detrimental to their development. Therefore, they planned to integrate the Yuehua school, the Divine Sword Sect, the Spirit Medicine Villa, the Beast King Palace, and the royal family of Northern Han to establish the Heaven's Chosen Academy. Everyone understood that the Heaven's Chosen Academy was established because of the existence of Ling Xiao, the Heaven's chosen son. Furthermore, Wu Xiang, the Moon Maiden, the new crown prince of Northern Han, Zhao Xi, and the Divine Sword Sect Master Ling Wuhan were all willing to recommend Ling Xiao as the master of the Heaven's Chosen Academy. However, Ling Xiao refused. Although he needed such a power as a backing, his true pursuit was to pursue the limits of martial arts. Therefore, he only wanted the empty position of an elder and recommended Wu Xiang as the Heaven's Chosen Academy's principal. This was equivalent to his power. Although some people in Northern Han were unhappy, it was useless. The current Northern Han existed under the protection of the Heaven's Chosen Academy. It was already good that the Heaven's Chosen Academy did not directly overthrow the royal family of Northern Han. In addition, the Sage Emperor was unable to endure and died from serious injuries. Before he died, he passed the position of Sage Emperor to his holy son, Hai Myung-ko. No one objected to this. In any case, the current Sage Emperor was nothing more than an empty shell. No one cared. The name of the Heaven's chosen son was even more resounding than the Sage Emperor. After all, the scene of him driving away numerous experts of the sea race in the martial arts festival was too shocking. Hai Myung-ko also chose to join the Heaven's Chosen Academy. She was a smart person. She no longer cared about power and concentrated on cultivating martial arts. She wholeheartedly wanted to kill Si Kongzun and avenge her father. Ji Mingfeng became a general of Northern Han and was still in charge of guarding the border. In any case, he was already used to this kind of thing. Staying in the royal capital was not a pleasant experience. The highest Sage Emperor chose to go into seclusion to heal his injuries and no longer cared about political matters. It was estimated that his injuries were not light and that he would not be able to leave seclusion for a long time. The Moon Maiden also did not care about these trivial matters. She continued to live in her moon palace, free and unfettered. As time passed, The war on the Heavenly Dragon continent continued. The True Demon's empire had already conquered all of the Heavenly Dragon continent's territories, excluding the Tianli Kingdom and the Northern Han Kingdom. Their auras were no weaker than back then. However, in terms of overall strength, it was still not as good as it was back then. After all, there was one less true Devil Supreme Lord, and out of the 9 great Devil Kings, only the Yin-Yang Devil King and the Lightning Devil King had appeared. Therefore, at this time, they stopped their attacks and announced peaceful coexistence with the Tianli Kingdom and the Northern Han Kingdom, sharing the Heavenly Dragon continent. Although the words sounded dignified, many people understood that this was because the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Lightning Demon King were injured. In addition, the true demonic empire's overall strength was unable to defeat the Northern Han and Tianli kingdoms. After all, Northern Han had the Moon Maiden. Even if the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Lightning Demon King worked together, they might not be a match for her. Therefore, they were temporarily at a truce, probably because they wanted to revive the rest of the Demon Kings and even the true Devil Emperor as soon as possible. At this time, Ling Xiao felt that it was time for him to leave. He had to seize this rare opportunity to catch a breather and increase his strength. The Northern Han Kingdom was too small, and he cultivated in a different direction from the Moon Maiden and the Grand Holy Emperor. His master, Yuan Venerate, could give him pointers, but under the blockade of the true demonic empire and the Tianli Kingdom, it was difficult to obtain all kinds of resources. Staying here would completely block his martial path. Even if he could recover his cultivation, he was afraid that he would not be able to improve it again. On the Heavenly Dragon continent, basically all the martialists with sky-tier cultivation and above had gone to the Divine Phoenix continent. Some were even further away. Therefore, he wanted to go to the Divine Phoenix continent and find an opportunity to improve his cultivation on that stronger continent. This was also something that the Chosen One should do, so there was nothing wrong with him bringing it up. His idea was approved by the Moon Maiden and the others. However, Hai Miang-Ko, Ingwuya, Lan Yu, Long Hao, Long Chun, Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, Zhao Ji, and Zhao Xi also hoped to go to the Divine Phoenix continent to gain experience. Only when the younger generation matured would the Heaven's Chosen Academy become even more powerful in the future. This is a good plan. Furthermore, any sect on the Divine Phoenix continent is much stronger than the 12 sects. If we can make friends with some forces there, we will have some help when we counterattack the true demonic empire in the future. Wu Xiang said, after some thought. Then he took out a nautical chart and a map of the Divine Phoenix continent and gave them to Ling Xiao. He continued, "You are the person in charge of going to the Divine Phoenix continent to gain experience this time. Take these 2 maps. These things are very precious and are treasures of the sacred dynasty. If you lose them, they will be gone." Ling Xiao immediately chose to copy the maps after receiving them. The Divine Phoenix continent was much larger than the Heavenly Dragon continent, and its laws were more complete. Therefore, the overall strength of the martialists there was much stronger than that of the Heavenly Dragon continent. Of course, there were also weak people. After all, there were some people on every continent who were not suitable for martial arts. Furthermore, no matter what race they would not be martialists from birth. The main inhabitants of the Divine Phoenix continent were the Fiery Phoenix race. There were also the Rock race, the Peacock race, and so on. They were not humans, so they did not cultivate their martial souls. Instead, they focused on awakening their bloodlines. However, their cultivation and fighting methods were not much different from humans. Making friends with forces is just an extravagant hope of mine. If it is not possible, don't force it. The main purpose of you going to the Divine Phoenix continent is to cultivate and increase your strength. If possible, open up a smuggling channel and provide Northern Han with cultivation resources is also very good. Wu Xiang added. Senior Brother Wu, I understand. I will work hard to open up this smuggling channel. Ling Xiao knew that this was the key. Otherwise, under the long-term blockade, the gap between Northern Han's martialists and the true demonic empire and the Tianli Empire's martialists would become increasingly large. Although the Tianli Empire had already declared war on the true demonic empire, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Tianli Empire was only a force supported by the sea race. Just like the Blue Water Divine Palace, it could only be used at a crucial time. Master, since you have been to the Divine Phoenix continent, can you give me some pointers? Which sect or country would be more suitable? Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate. Well, I went to the Divine Phoenix continent too early. I reckon that the situation would be different when I came out. The Yuan Venerate pondered for a moment. Junior Brother Ling, take this with you. Wu Xiang took out a 3-inch long throwing knife from his storage ring. It was obviously made of jade and contained a special divine runic array. It was actually an immortal grade artifact. Of course, even though it was an immortal grade artifact, its grade was not too high. Most importantly, this thing should have a special meaning. The word phoenix was carved on the handle of the throwing knife. When he took out this item, Wu Xiang's expression was a little strange. It seemed sad, regretful, and helpless. Of course, this expression was fleeting. Chapter 869. Ling Xiao noticed Wu Xiang's complicated expression, but he didn't ask. If someone wanted to tell you about their private matters, they would naturally do so. There was no point in forcing it. This jade flying dagger was given to me by a friend. Back then, I promised to meet her on the Divine Phoenix continent when I returned to the Yuehua school. However, as you know, something happened to me after I returned to the Yuehua school. Since then, I haven't been able to recover. After so many years, I don't know if she still remembers me. Wu Xiang smiled bitterly and shook his head. No matter what, if you have no other choice, go to the Phoenix tribe and look for her. If she still has some feelings for me, she might help you. But don't expect too much. Got it, Senior Brother Wu. Sure enough, everyone had a past that they didn't want to talk about. Wu Xiang was the same. Also, there are 2 major academies on the Divine Phoenix continent. They are the Phoenix Academy and the Qingshu College. They are above all the sects and are extremely powerful. Their structure is different from that of sections. Even if you belong to a sect, you can still study there. Wu Xiang continued, the Phoenix Academy is a royal academy. Behind it is the most powerful Divine Phoenix Empire on the Divine Phoenix continent. The Qingshu College is relatively ordinary. Although it is also powerful, it doesn't belong to any country. It is a completely independent academy. Senior Brother Wu, are you telling me all this so that I can study in one of the 2 academies? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. Not only you, but all of them can learn from you. How much they can achieve in the future will depend on their aptitude. Wu Xiang nodded and said, back then I entered the Phoenix Academy to study. I had just entered the celestial realm, but it only took me 3 years to reach the Grotto Heaven realm. This is simply unimaginable on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Hearing this, Ling Xiao and the others looked excited. If that was the case, they should really take a look. I met her in the Phoenix Academy. Oh, right, her name is Feng Mingxiao. Remember, don't get it wrong. Wu Xiang added. At this point, he still seemed to be worried, so he took out a pen and paper, wrote a letter, and handed it to Ling Xiao. Take this. It's safer. Many thanks, Senior Brother. Ling Xiao had come this far. Although he had encountered a lot of enemies, he also had a lot of friends. Without the help of these people, he wouldn't be where he was today. Yuan Venerates, Elder Yang, Moon Lady Wu Xiang, and the others had all done him a favor. All right, let's not talk too much. I'll gift this moonlight treasured ship to you. No matter if it's flying or sailing, there won't be any problems. I only hope that you can safely reach the Divine Phoenix continent. When Wu Xiang gave the moonlight treasure ship to Ling Xiao, it could be considered as the last time he helped these people. The Divine Phoenix continent was not safe. The outside was heavily sealed, and it was a problem whether they could leave successfully. With the moonlight treasured ship, it would at least be safer. Go. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up and said to his fellow disciples who were preparing to leave together, in order to avoid leaking information, there's no need to return to your respective residences. Let's leave now. I have everything we need to prepare here. It was hard to guarantee that there were no enemy spies in the Heaven's Choice Academy. If the information was leaked, they really wouldn't be able to leave. The few of them boarded the moonlight treasured ship and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Less than 2 days after Ling Xiao and the others left Northern Han, the news was leaked. As a result, the True Demon Empire issued a bounty for Ling Xiao. The bounty on him was actually much higher than that of a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. Obviously, after Ling Xiao had used the 9 Cauldrons illusory realm to injure the Yin Yang Demon Lord and the Lightning Demon Lord, he had become a thorn in the side of the True Demon Empire. If he didn't die, the True Demon Empire would probably never be at ease. After the bounty was issued, Ling Xiao and the others encountered more trouble. However, Ling Xiao, who possessed the Mountain River martial spirit and opened the eye of the world, was always able to avoid disaster. Every time they were targeted, they would strike first and gain the upper hand, not giving the other party a chance to leak information. Among these few geniuses, Ling Xiao wasn't the only powerful one. Haim Myung-ko was very difficult to deal with as an enemy, but as a comrade, she was very reassuring. After killing the stalker, they would immediately board the moonlight treasured ship and leave. Even if they were discovered later, they would have long escaped. The moonlight treasured ship basically didn't have any combat power, but its speed was very astonishing. Divine Phoenix Continent, Divine Phoenix Empire. Outside the Imperial City, a group of people appeared to be in a somewhat sorry state. Their clothes were shabby, as if they were beggars. However, everyone's face revealed an excited smile. We've finally arrived, Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City. Phoenix City? One of them wiped his dirty face and said, excitedly, "Yeah, I've never been to the Divine Phoenix continent before. I really didn't know that the Divine Phoenix Empire was actually so big. It's not inferior to the Sacred Dynasty in the Sky Dragon continent." Another person sighed with emotion. Don't be too excited. Coming to the Divine Phoenix Empire is just the beginning. Our goal is to enter the Phoenix Academy or Qingshu College to raise our cultivation. If we can avoid trouble, try not to cause trouble. This person looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, but he appeared to be very mature and prudent. Even if his clothes were very shabby, his long black hair appeared to be unusually clean. His pupils seemed to contain the entire world, deep and bright. Got it, Senior Brother Ling. Lung Hao stuck out his tongue and said, "That's right, this group of people was Ling Xiao and the others." It could be said that they had experienced untold hardships along the way. They had been chased and intercepted many times, and some of them had even almost been killed. However, they had endured everything, relying on Ling Xiao's eye of the world and Haim Myung-ko's strength. They had finally safely arrived at their destination. The Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City was about the same size as the Sacred Dynasty's Imperial City. Even the style was very similar. However, this was normal. One had to know that the Sacred Dynasty of the past was the Sacred Dynasty of the entire profound world. The various races of the Divine Phoenix continent were also just one of the races of the Sacred Dynasty. When the sacred dynasty was at its peak, it was a situation where tens of thousands of races made pilgrimages. Unfortunately, now, let's not talk about it. The Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial city had a total of 4 gates in the north, south, east, and west. There were also 8 other gates. The gates were basically closed and would only be opened under special circumstances. The main gates were all made of special metal and had divine runic arrays on them to increase their resistance. Otherwise, with the strength of a martial artist, no matter how thick the gate was, it would probably be easily broken through. On top of the city gate tower, there were soldiers in armor standing guard and patrolling. At the city gate, there were also very strict guards. Anyone who acted suspiciously would definitely be questioned. Outside the city gate, it wasn't that there was nothing. On the contrary, it was very lively. On both sides of the main road were some vendors or merchants who had set up simple temporary sheds.